Kiss him, but somebody kiss him, but somebody hair. Say, oh shit, they come for his ass. But did you know that when? Oh, keep going, baby. Keep going, baby. Fuck those cops. Keep going, baby. Hey, keep going, baby. Fuck those cops. No, those are nice cops. Don't do that. Yo, are we live? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, jeez.
Don't use the Lord's name in vain. I'm unsubscribing. I'm tired of that. Icky Mel.
Hey! You alright? Oh. So this guy literally got pit maneuvered. I walked away because I was trying to make an energy drink. I spilled this shit dramatically all over the desk. This is just like shh. And I just got this little bit here. Spilled everything everywhere. But because I looked and I saw the chase start because they said that the choppers are on the way. By the way, there's no audio. They said the choppers are on the way. I was like, all right, let me just go make this pre-workout. I finally found the shit that I've been trying to find for like weeks, 2 weeks. And I thought, let me just walk away. As soon as I come back, they pit this guy on the screen. I'm like, oh, shit, I'm scrambling. I hit go live. I knocked the drink over everywhere. Pickup truck. I don't know the details. They literally pit him and like spun the vehicle out of, and he went with it and drove off. I wonder what he got in the back. What's in the back? What's in the back? Oh, I can turn myself down a little bit. Honestly, thought it was going to be over before I started. I was almost hesitant to hit start. Okay, so we're live. Oh, there's everybody. Make sure you guys hit like, please. Por favor, hit the like button, please. Okay, Fox 11. Are they live? Fox 11. Let me see if they got some audio. Maybe they can give us a... Oh, see, he chill. He cruising too. That vehicle literally spun fully around and then stopped. And I think it was fully around. Fox 11. That boy chilling, rolling up and shit.
These cops not gonna do nothing to me.
Oh, what he doing? Oh, is he doing whippets? What you got a balloon in there for? Fox don't got shit right now. Hold on a second. Can you tweet? Can you DM me that, Diggs, on Discord? Oh, they're gonna try to pit again. Oh, he's accelerating. Okay, let's go.
Not this time, motherfucker.
Oh, you did send it. Thank you.
Just failing to yield. We haven't watched or seen a lot in the way of dangerous driving, but the person has refused to pull over for authorities. They are very closely pursuing. You see,
he's my buddy. He's my choice.
Maybe some tree stumps in the back of that truck there, but the person has not really. He's come up to stop signs and stopped much like this. So he's right here. Authorities previously almost got out of the vehicle and came up to the vehicle, but he didn't stop, just moved on.
It is moving slow.
If you look in the driver's window, you
this
see
one's better view,
a
but we have
balloon
a backup
or something.
case.
We do not know the source of why this began, but now, again, off we go. Roughly about 45 miles an hour. Again, driving on surface streets. Good afternoon, I'm Philip Palmer, and we are starting our breaking news coverage of a police pursuit.
Good afternoon.
You're looking live at an image from Air 7 HD on West Rosecrans. We believe this is in the Compton area. This driver failing to yield is what we've, for the most part, seen at this point. There's not been a lot of reckless driving, but we did see a pit maneuver by authorities in a circumstance very similar to what you're seeing here, where they pitted him and he just simply drove over the median in the grass and just kept going. There was no damage to his vehicle, and he was able to continue on. So we've seen the driver with a balloon, it looks like, and possibly inhaling whatever is in that balloon. But we do not know if this person is under the influence,
no way, bro.
Why they are failing to come to a stop. But this is a kind of environment where we're going to see how dangerous this pursuit gets. So far to this point, the driver has pretty much followed traffic laws, stopping at intersections, waiting to go at green lights, but just not pulling over for authorities. And again, they've tried one pit maneuver. We're going to see now what they're going to try. We've seen an officer jump out of the vehicle and start to approach the truck, but then the truck drove away. So now you see here, again, at the intersection with West Rosecrans Avenue, and I don't know what the cross street is. I can't really see the cross street on that one. But he's just sitting in the left turn lane, allowing for traffic to continue to go past. It's North Wilmington Avenue is our cross street there. So look at all of the officers around. He is not restricted in moving forward, which they wouldn't really want to do that. That would put officers at risk. But he is not getting out of the vehicle. So you can actually see again there the balloon in his hand, and looks to be up near his mouth. So we don't necessarily know what's going on there.
He's taking puffs. He's taking puffs.
You can make your own assumptions. Again, we're watching to see if he will get out of the car and surrender to authorities.
I mean, he could be breathing into
now, they are not approaching him. The last time we saw this type of circumstance, again, the officer in that vehicle right there got to open the door.
If he doesn't mix that with air and he's just like straight out breathing back and forth into a balloon, he's got to be, damn, bro, he's taking hits. Yo, if he's doing whippets, he can't be. You got to take a break and get air, though.
This point, but right now, we are at a standstill as we're looking to see what happens with this person. From the other side, you can tell that the window was down. We can't really see anything other than the contents of the back of the pickup, which again look like tree stumps. I only bring that up in that there is some weight in the back of the pickup truck, which would give it some stability as he's driving if he were driving at high rates of speed. But he's not necessarily. He's just not pulling over. So now we see the pit.
He ain't even worried. He's doing one hand.
Intersection. If he follows suit, which he did, he's going to try to get away. And now he's made it dangerous driving into oncoming traffic. The officers are continuing to bump him and try to stop him. But now look, as he has moved on, you have a couple of people standing outside taking their cell phone images of it. And this is almost exactly what happened a moment ago.
Sir?
They did the pit. Okay, there's a spike strip, and we'll see if that got the front tire. It did look like as if he got it under the driver's side front wheel. And if it did, we'll see that tire start to disintegrate and the driver will lose at least some control of that vehicle. But
how did he pull that off? They might have missed him,
and we'll see. He's going about 45 miles an hour, 41 miles an hour, so that is not excessive when you talk about this area. But he, again, has eluded authorities as they did a pit maneuver. But I was surprised at how many officers were there. And as I look at it, I can't really tell, but it does seem as if the front end, I could be wrong there. We're trying with Air 7 to get a picture, but no, from my perspective, it does look as if the tire is intact. So maybe they did not get him. Now we've got somebody. No, okay, so the officers, again, there are plenty of officers behind. It was LA County Sheriff that we saw. And so here they are again at an intersection, and you see an abundance of officers there. But the driver doesn't dangerously enter the intersection, and that has been a consistent behavior on this person's part. The only thing that we've seen them do is 2 pit maneuvers, and at neither time did the person stop. They just drove across the median and started heading in the other direction. And so now here we are with sheriffs again. This on Rosecrans now at North Acacia Avenue. And the driver continues to not yield. And there it is again. You can see another shot
coming for another time?
with the balloon for this suspect, which now we're about to see another pit maneuver. And there is another one. And we'll see if the sheriffs change tactics at all to try to pin him in a little bit more. But with the pickup truck, he's going to have a little bit more of an opportunity to go over those medians, and he's done it again. Now he's going into officers.
Jesus.
This is where it begins to get dangerous for other people, because even though he's going at slow rates of speed, he is just not stopping, and he's going into traffic. So now we've gotten off of Rosecrans, and we are on a side street here at about 25 miles an hour. No word on if there was any damage to the undercarriage having gone over that curb and the median, because you can hit the undercarriage pretty hard on that curb and cause some damage. But to this point, this does not look like
he's taking to the head.
And
whatever's
the
in that
person
balloon
is now going to continue on. Again,
Yo, he's taking that balloon to the head.
Directions and then slowly driving away, but somehow he's now maneuvers where
Who's that lady?
They have not been able to get him to stop. But again, here we are, not
walking out
riskily blowing through a stop sign, but just
what is that contraption
through?
I think it's whippets.
So now we have an officer approaching from a different direction. And again, this is now West Elm Street.
Maybe that's why he's stopping, because for him to hold a canister and refill the balloon with whippets, and then is he changing cartridges, or does he just have helium there? It's got to be whippets, right? I don't know. What are you going to get high off of with the balloon thing?
Into the street.
Helium doesn't get you high, does it?
Realize there's a
Legendary,
chase underway.
thank you so
step out
much.
and put themselves in harm's way. So officers are going to have to take that into consideration.
Appreciate the super chat, man.
You see this person
dropped 100.
That is an officer. We have an officer there, and there is a
what are they
spike
doing?
strip
Taking
that he
videos
is driving right over. So that we have no doubt that he hit the spike strip that time.
Spike
so
strips.
that's going to disable the front tires of this truck, and you can see the thread.
What kind of spike strip is that? It's just a thread?
So it's still.
It's just a thin wire that's the new spike strips?
Vehicle. And we're going to see how long that is going to.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Hold on.
Be able to
being dragged.
He's going to be able to continue driving with that less than lethal opportunity to stop it. I couldn't even tell. Now, Giovanna Lara is joining us now, but you couldn't even really tell if that was a spike strip.
Or what the hell that was?
If it was something else.
Some other
vehicle. Don't try to pull
under the vehicle because it didn't.
Legendary CEO, man, thank you so much. He dropped back to back with another 100. Don't try to come later like the other lady, say refund, and I got to send you a personal check.
To get away at slow speeds.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. That was really, really kind of you.
Was it 3 pit maneuvers that they attempted?
At this point, yeah, there have been 3. And again, you see the people on the sidewalk. So driving in this neighborhood puts folks that are just minding their own business at risk, regardless of how reckless or safe he's driving.
And what was remarkable that there were so many police cars there, and he just weaved his way right through them. I thought I was expecting some of the officers to be a little bit more aggressive.
This is the one that
in his way, but without knowing if
missed
he's armed, I guess that would be a reason why they wouldn't want to completely.
First one,
encircle him.
Well, at those points, you're not wanting to put officers at risk because, to this point, he's not driven recklessly. He just refuses to stop. And we have been told that it was indeed a spike strip that they put under there. There was a doubt between the two of us.
I can't believe he pulled that off. They could have blocked him in so easy.
Standard spike strip. But to the right, you see the videotape of what this person has done previously. So it's this fine balance for officers to try to stop him from moving forward without putting officers at risk. So they're not going to really block him in if he can get any kind of movement going forward. They're going to, if they can get him so that he can't get going fast and cause them pain, then maybe they might try to box him in. But that's the spot there on the right is when I thought he might damage the undercarriage of the truck, possibly break the axle by driving over in such a manner of those curbs, but he hasn't, and he's just been able to continue to drive. Now he's on the left. They've opened their doors.
Yo, Legendary is going hard.
So, unfortunately, we can't see why he has stopped, but it could be due to damage from the spike strip. Now there he goes again.
Yeah, and he's continuing. And if you're just joining us, this is happening in Compton. You see the driver of this pickup truck evading police after 3 pit maneuvers and 1 attempt at a spike strip. And this guy's still
inhaling.
Going. And as you can see, there's a balloon in his hand. We think it's a balloon, looks like a balloon, and it seems like he is inhaling something.
And that would be possibly helium and any number of things. This was we don't understand exactly why he's trying to get away from authorities.
I think he screwed up.
At one point, they did go into a surveillance mode. They were just kind of watching him. Generally, he's been in light traffic, but this again is the kind of similar thing. So now there's nowhere to go. He is potentially on a bike path. It looks like.
Take the bike path,
and is now.
No, we don't want nobody to get hurt.
He's now pinned in. He can't go forward.
He can take a bike path,
Officers are not at risk. And look at the number of officers behind him. The big risk, I would think, at this point is that this person might try to get onto the bike path.
Yeah.
And potentially try to drive on the bike path.
Drive off
that
the
would
thing.
be something that
See if you can
authorities
take the
don't
water
want.
path.
And because if you're on the bike path, there's quite literally nowhere to go if you're a cyclist and you see a truck coming at
true.
you.
That is
So
kinda scary.
they certainly
Kinda
don't want him going forward, but that's kind of his choice at this point.
Yeah. And you see the law enforcement officers behind him. They've all exited their cars. They're all holding
messed up.
weapons. Again, we don't know what the initial
Float away
want
with the
for
balloon?
this pursuit was, and we don't know
Arlen.
if they know whether he is armed and dangerous. And so they
Still
and
going.
This guy
Still
seems to be
going.
continuing holding on to that balloon, which is a little funny to me.
Well, the balloon has deflated and inflated. So
Yes.
my assumption is that he is inhaling whatever it is he's putting into the balloon, which would suggest, and I can't say this for sure, but it suggests that he's under the influence and would be acting irrationally. Now you've got a dog that's right there in front of the vehicle. So again, you wouldn't want that to get in the way. You certainly don't want to put the dog at risk there, but
Right.
you just worry
they
about
already got her on the
bike
other side.
path. You see officers here. So they are going to try to keep him from heading that direction. The concern I would have is if he were to turn right. That seems to be the direction that his vehicle is pointed.
It's
and
such
if
a
he
weird thing
somehow
to-
got onto that bike path, hopefully
Dude, I
he
wonder
will
what-
not make that choice.
Yeah, and my understanding is we picked this up at about 12:40. May have been going on a
he
little
filling it
longer
up?
than that, but that is the information we have so far. So we've been following it, the last 15, 20 minutes or so, and he's remained in Compton for the most part.
Yes, and he still is in Compton.
filled
If
it
you're
up, I
trying to
think.
identify this part of town, you're seeing at West Poplar Street. And at this point, it almost seems as if it is a standoff where now he's either rolling down his window or up. I can't really tell if the window is open. But
I mean, I just can't imagine, like, what kind of high would that be to be, whether it's nitrous or something else? The cops are there, all their guns are pointed out. Like, are you even enjoying that shit? Damn. His heart's got to be like pumping, racing.
the chair or under the seat. So they just don't know, and you really don't want to see
Yeah,
him
look, he's doing something.
continuing to
Look.
take his hands out of his. No, he is. Watch. Okay, he's just
he-
filled up the balloon
yes.
again.
He's
So he
filling it
must
up with
have,
something.
a helium tank.
I would assume.
Yo.
That's
You know,
an
we don't
assumption that is
know.
not
Yeah.
unreasonable given at this point. So
Yes. Yeah, so you just wonder what his state of mind is right now. And I have a question about, is that wood in the cab of the truck?
it looks as if it's tree stumps.
Ooh, they're
That
pushing up.
possibly there was
says
some
you can
stump
get high
removal.
off of
Now let's see what they
helium.
do if they're going to. So clearly he can't go backwards now. So they're
He's trying to
setting it up
reverse?
so he can't go backwards. The question for me again continues to be,
Let him
can
take a couple
he
more
go
hits.
to the right? To the left, it's going to be difficult because of the angle of his vehicle.
Right.
He's not going to be able to make that. The wheel turn is not going to allow him to do that, turning radius. But he can make that right turn,
Ooh,
our
did this shoot
left.
something
And
out?
if he turns to the right, he could end up on the bike path. But there could be, and I can't really tell from Air 7, if there's something blocking him to keep him from going that way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that the
is this
gates there, it doesn't seem like a very wide opening. In
I
that
think he can
space.
still take the
Wide-
turn.
it's
He has
not
enough
as wide
space to
as
take the turn.
left, but either
Absolutely.
way, he's not. Oh, something just happened.
They might be shooting
That's what
less than lethal.
they're
in
shooting
their
something
tear
at him,
gas.
yeah.
There
You
could
see
be tear
that?
gas.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh,
So they
okay.
have fired tear gas,
Special
and
ops.
now you see him with his hands possibly.
Oh.
Well, he still has his. It looked to me as helium there. You see the little container.
The window is
He's
down.
just
it
breathing out the window, I
appears.
think. He's just-
It looks like he's communicating with them.
They have shot pepper balls into the cab of the truck, which, if you've ever been around
be a horrible
that
high.
pepper
Whatever he's
spray,
feeling,
that is
Jesus.
an unpleasant.
Experience.
Experience.
Although he doesn't seem to be reacting.
But he's got the window down, and so if he's wanting fresh air, he's just poking his head out the window. And again, if that is helium, and he has inhaled as much as we've watched, he's certainly not in his right mind. And so now it looks as if he is yelling at sheriff's deputies who, off screen to our right, his left, you could see the officers just beyond our frame here on that bike path. They might have moved from there, but that's where there were a couple of officers. There they are. So they're actually moving back. He may have
Why?
yelled at them to the point that they want to reduce the conflict. They want to decrease the tension. So maybe they did
De-escalate.
want to move it.
De-escalate. Oh, and this is a good view.
His
of
eyes
him.
burning now.
He's
Looks like
rubbing
it's
his
on
eyes.
his face.
Yeah.
So yes,
This is a good
he
view of
has
him now.
taken a heavy amount of pepper spray. They fired it in. Now, okay,
Oh.
they're asking
Was that
him
the
to
helium?
start removing things. So hopefully that's probably what they're asking him to do. I'm not sure what it is that he tossed. But now they're going to try to get him out of the vehicle, but this is not the way. They're firing more pepper spray in. Can you see it? You can see the pepper spray exploding there in the cab of the truck.
Is it going through the windshield?
They're probably shooting it through the back windshield. And
if it's open?
Well, in most pickup trucks, there's that window that's just behind the driver. So if he's driving with that open, they could fire it in.
Right.
But they could also probably, depending on, usually those pepper balls break on contact. So I can't imagine without a window open, they would be able to get it in there.
Yeah.
But clearly we saw it go in.
Okay. He was pointing at them, it looks like. I thought it was a good sign that he threw whatever he threw out the window. I thought that was a good sign that he is complying, but there's still some negotiation underway.
It looks as if he's complaining that they hit him in the arm. He showed them his forearm, and he's clearly talking to them, yelling at them, and it is, obviously he is still upset at some level. Has he now rolled up the window?
He's reaching for something.
He rolled the window back up, which of course is not what you want to see. That is you had hoped, and we did, that he was starting his compliance, but now he's rolled the windows up and he's getting more pepper spray. So at some point, you wonder if they might go with tear gas, something that might even be, more of it to just almost fill the whole cab. Yeah. But the pepper spray is pretty bad. I'm surprised that he is able to stay in there and handle whatever they have done.
Well, time is on the side of law enforcement. They can take their time with this.
Thank you guys for the super
There's
chats.
no rush. Doesn't
Legendary.
seem that
Thank you,
anyone
man.
is in danger.
Amazing. Crime Solver, thanks for the super chat. Wonder if this guy will have the goofy run. The others usually do. What's that? Like get out and start hauling ass? Hope it ends with a water balloon fight. Nunny Davis, thank you for the super chat. And Legendary again, thank you, man. Sled.
So if he were to turn right, even if he could, my assumption is that they will have secured that. Nobody's going to be coming down either direction of that bike path. So to your point about people being safe, I think that the bike path, because that is really the only place to go, those areas have been cordoned off, and nobody's going to be coming back and forth on that bike path. But at this point, like you said, they can potentially sit here and wait as long as needed. The community is, for the most part, not at risk because he's stuck in this location. He's pinned himself in. And so as they just continue to pepper him with pepper balls, we'll just kind of wait and see what he's doing. He's very nonchalant about his behavior, including when he was driving. Yeah,
and we're not seeing the balloon anymore, but it seems like did he just put something in his mouth? Hard to see. Hard to know from this.
He's
they're shooting more in there. You can every time. It's, you can really tell when they are filling that cab with the pepper balls because
chilling, unfazed.
Oh, now the window's down.
See, he's opening the window, I think, to let the pepper spray out.
He rolled it down,
And so, who knows if maybe they fired rubber bullets to break the glass. We can't really see what what his window behind him looks like. We don't know if it's broken or if he's got an open window. I would assume if it was an open window and they were shooting pepper balls through it, he could have closed it. So
I wonder if he's talking to someone at this point on the phone.
Looks to be
smoking. He's smoking.
He's now he has gotten a cigarette. So again, we did watch him inhaling something from a balloon, which you can assume, I think, reasonably that it was helium because we watched him with a canister of some sort fill a balloon. We've now recued some video there on the right side of the screen about what he was doing. He was just not stopping, and for a while they went into surveillance mode. It wasn't as if he was recklessly driving through town. In fact, we saw him stop at stop signs. We saw him stop at stoplights. And 3 different times he tried a pit maneuver, and he was able to just continue on. And these we've seen now 2, and then you see this one. Each time he had almost come to a stop and then just drove away and would not stop, much like this.
Right here. This is the one that I was looking at earlier. I was so surprised that he just made his way through those patrol vehicles and that last patrol vehicle getting out of his way. They must know something that that we don't know about. He may be armed. We don't know. Again, there's a lot we don't know about this suspect.
Well, now he seems to be communicating again with the officers, which to this point, officers continue to use less than lethal force. They have used pepper balls, fired them into the cab, which has not seemed to bother him too much. He's either smoking or vaping at this point. We don't know really what that is. And going back to the beginning of this chase, we don't know what he was wanted for.
Yeah,
so
what's the information on
all
this
we've
guy?
really seen is
Just,
clearly failure to yield.
Yeah.
And if you want to add in,
love
he
those
drove
pictures,
his vehicle
that's it.
right at officers, so that could be an additional charge of potentially harming an officer. But, you know, mostly it's not been the chase that put people at risk. It was just this to the right, what you see, where there was one time when he drove into traffic.
Right, right. Well, this right here that you're seeing on the right of your screen, that is clearly dangerous. And he's, you know, obviously not wanting to let those officers
By the way,
take custody of him.
tomorrow's giveaway day, which I'm totally not prepared for, but between sometime tonight and tomorrow, I'll prep it. Giveaway day, giveaway stream, so don't forget. I think it's scheduled for like 6 or 7 p.m. So we'll do that tomorrow, have some fun, give some money away, and hang out. So don't forget, just all you got to do is click the link, download the app, follow me on there, check out my videos that I post on there.
And there's a bike path there. And you see the officers congregating, just a couple of them with their weapons aimed at the suspect and the vehicle. Again, we don't know what led up to all of this.
I have a friend who clearly knows more than I that was saying that recreational users usually use quarter-ounce containers of nitrous oxide.
There you go, baby. Told you.
Which they use to fill the balloons. Or
could be
they
that.
sometimes use whipped cream dispensers. The
told
gas
you.
is inhaled from the balloon or
Not
the
that I would
dispenser.
know.
So that's
But I
very
told you.
possibly what's been happening here. So thank you for
they're creeping
sending
up on him
that
with
to
the-
us. But you're looking now at much without they say now they've got to just toss the tear gas right in.
Yeah, they sure did.
And we're also getting
Is that what they did? They just-
more nitrous oxide is usually what people huff when they're using the balloons. That comes from
Cruz,
the
he ain't
that
phased by this
produces-
shit.
That could be one of the reasons they were stopping him. Maybe someone saw him with the balloon and they thought that that was enough of a reason to try to get him to stop.
Or if he was under the influence already and driving erratically. There's so many reasons why. At this point, it's just he's clearly now seeing some of the consequences of the pepper spray, because you can see, and it can make you physically ill as well. I mean, I would not be surprised if he throws up.
Yeah, he's using his T-shirt to sort of wipe his eyes. At least that's what it looked like to me a moment ago. He does seem to be,
Unbreakable.
well, he's still smoking, but yeah, he seems in a little bit of a
Determined.
distress.
Well,
But
and
he's still smoking.
And the officers clearly, it does seem as if they don't think he's armed, in the fact that they approached the vehicle so closely that they were willing to throw a canister right into the cab. And at some point, that's going to win out. I can't imagine anyone. See, okay, now he's wiping it as much as he can from his face, which doesn't really help that much.
Yeah. Doesn't it make it worse?
It kind of makes it worse. I mean, you almost need to just have it washed off. But he just is not affected.
You need milk.
Not
get him
completely
milk.
about what's going on. I mean,
He's
casually he watches his face. No, he's not motivated to get out. And so we're able to put the spotlight, which zooms us in a little bit, but he is in some distress. This is not
He's not phased at all. He's not
pleasant
bothered.
for him at this point. You can tell by
Yeah, he's
sticking his
wiping
head
his
out the window.
face.
He's trying to get out
If you guys
of
could help
some
me out
of
with the
it.
likes,
I think he's
please.
talking to them.
Get 1,000
Oh, yeah.
likes.
He's definitely
Well, you can see on the dash some of the pepper spray, I
Damn.
believe. The dashboard, the white substance there. That if he gets that on his hands, that too can, then you're wiping your face and you're making it. That's when you're talking about making it worse.
Right.
And if
Enjoying
he's
his
using
last
his
moment.
shirt to wipe it, if he's got any of that on his shirt, and so now he wipes his face with his shirt, he's just going to be making it.
I'm wondering if he drove over one of these columns. You see how, you see these columns here? And then you see the base of the column? And then if you look under the truck, after they stop zooming in. Hello? Hi.
Possibly nitrous oxide. Again, we don't want to make any assumptions as to what's going on, although we saw him with the balloon, saw him refill it. And here we go again. It does look as if they have another one in their hand, which they will let go. See if he tries to throw it out or if he just allows it to come in there. Now, okay.
Wow,
see, and that's interesting. So they throw it in there, and he can't get it
Oh.
out because...
Now he's reacting.
See, he tries to get it out, and they fire those pepper balls in there to keep him away from it so that they get the benefit of the gas
he's not giving up.
going into the vehicle.
F y'all,
Now he's
motherfuckers.
trying to get some clean air.
Y'all ain't shit.
Or maybe he's ready to surrender?
He does have his hands up, but that is not how they want him to surrender. He's going to have to follow their commands before they are going
Put your hands up. Okay, I put it up.
change anything that they're doing. He's going to have to open it up and back up to them. They are not going to let him
I am
say,
outside the vehicle.
Stop shooting.
Right,
In his head, he might be
now
outside.
we can say that he
See the
was
base
wanted
here?
for
I think that's why
reckless
he's
driving.
stuck.
That has been confirmed. So that is why they were trying to stop him initially.
And if he was also under
He's
the
gonna hop out
influence,
the window?
you can see why. Because, here we go again. So let's see what they're going to do. Because he continued. They do have less than lethal, you can see. In their hands.
I don't know if they
he's
just
not ready to come out because he just put the window up and then back down. As they approached,
Maybe he was afraid they were going to shoot back in there.
and when they backed off, he lowered it
Get a
again.
job. I love your videos, man.
What is
I
he trying
was
to
watching
do?
it the other day while putting together
is-
stuff in the house. Cracking up, man.
It seems like he's trying to say, I give up, but I don't know.
Yeah, but if he's under the influence, and he may be saying all of the things, but he's clearly not physically doing what they're asking him
Look,
to
I
do.
think they're asking him to open the door.
And that, it does look as if he's got his hand on the door. So we'll see if he does that. But
He might be
is in a
confused 'cause
no-win
he's high.
situation. But
That boy
he's
high.
going to continue to suffer from this pepper spray and this tear gas until he comes out of that vehicle, because you can see it. It is all over the inside of that cab, and there is nothing he can touch in that cab that is not covered with either pepper spray or whatever remnants of the tear gas are in there, including the shirt that he continues to
Keeps
wipe
wiping
his
on
face with.
yeah.
And he's got something in his left hand. Oh, that's the vape. That's the vape that he's got in his
I
left.
think
I
that's
thought
the
maybe
vape.
he had picked up one of those tear gas elements that they threw in. But we don't know, other than the reckless driving that Giovanna mentioned, we don't necessarily know if there's anything else. If this, but we do see the tree stumps in the back of the pickup truck. And so basically it was a reckless driving suspect. And again, sheriff's deputies pulled back into
didn't hit a column?
surveillance mode
Thanks,
for a
Courtney.
moment. And then they resumed the chase. And now
I guess
here we
there's
are
nothing there.
at this West Poplar Street access to a bike path there in Compton. And so now, until they can find a way to get him out of there, it's just going to be this.
Yep. Waiting. They're trying to persuade him. And he is not going to go easily, apparently.
Well,
I just wonder what he's trying to negotiate.
You can see when he points at officers, and you can see that he is, it seems to me, to be loudly either yelling at them or talking at them, and they're going to try to de-escalate. And look at the one sheriff kind of waving his hand in front of his face. I would assume they can even smell some of that pepper spray if any of it blows in their direction.
Yeah, at the top of the screen, I saw the two officers who are armed take a few steps back.
That'd be dope if he grabbed
and
the
now
pepper
they're lowering
thing
their
and threw it back at him.
their weapons.
He could. I don't know if he could
Maybe
do it.
the suspect is saying, "I'm not
When
getting
it
out."
first happened?
I mean, this is all speculation, but
That'd be
maybe
gangster.
saying, this is making me nervous. I'm not
When they all
getting
start
out
running,
till-
no!
Well, they will back up if he, if he in some manner yells at them and says, "You guys get back." They will cede some territory, but not enough to let him move. I mean, they're wanting him to come out of the vehicle, and if it begins to agitate him, they might, because as you mentioned, Giovanna, time is on their side, especially when you start thinking about the community. People living near there, right next to it, are impacted. But where he is not
Yeah, it's
going
like
to
he's blocking
impact
traffic,
very
the
many
highway.
people. He's not driving on streets, putting children at risk as they leave for school. He's not putting pedestrians at risk. It is just this one part. And even look, right across the street, you have sheriff's deputies across the street. Should he somehow jump out and try to run across that bridge,
Yeah.
he is pinned in. So they can stay there as long as they want and wait for him to come out.
Put some more gas in there.
Wiping his
Pepper spray.
face again. That must be very unpleasant to be in that cab.
Well, we have seen, I think, two tear gas canisters go in and countless pepper balls go in. So that is as much any reason why he's hanging his head out of the window, is because in the cab of that truck, it must be incredibly unpleasant.
Yeah, and he continues to vape.
So now they are looking, and it looks like a couple of the officers have gas masks on. So they could possibly go up to him to remove him from there. And they might start with more tear gas, more pepper spray, and they'd want to make sure that they're not facing the consequences
like a
of
bazooka
that.
or something.
We've seen multiple. This is one thing that about less than lethal.
What's a grenade launcher looks like?
It's not always something that stops people. I have watched people peppered many times with rubber balls or anything, and sometimes they don't stop. And if they're under the influence, so here we go again. As officers begin to approach, you see several of them with masks on. We saw another couple of rounds here. They might even use pellets to pop him in the arm.
What is
It's
this
some paint gun.
officer? It looks like he is firing.
Like a paint gun.
Paintballs.
Yeah, that's a paintball.
A version of a paintball can be
like
very
it.
painful for someone if they're shooting him with them. So let's see what he does here.
Wind that window. Bro, by the time he winds that shit up, they could get him. That shit takes forever.
Let's see what he is going to do here now.
Are they rubber balls or
And
shit
I
now?
can't tell if he's starting to try to back up. So they're going to pull back now.
But why not go
you don't want to
forward?
put officers at risk, but he's not going to back that truck up anywhere.
Why not go forward?
Look at the
Trying,
tires.
though.
Are they going to shoot out the
So
tires?
he
They're trying to
will
use paintballs
start
for the
to smoke
tires?
those tires out, which
Look at
could
this.
cause a fire of his tires
Wow, look
as
at
well.
this.
Why not go forward? Is he?
This is
He is
understand
not
why does he go
ready.
forward?
Yeah, look at this.
Oh, God.
unhinged behavior.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that
Neutralize him.
will really heat up.
Oh, boy.
So he
don't understand why not go forward.
Himself.
Yeah.
There's got to be some reason he's not going forward.
To say he's not in his right mind would be very
I would think
possibly.
maybe he could just go along that bike
I think
path, no? Or
that's
is
a
it-
reasonable thing to
Definitely
say.
under the influence of something.
Yeah, and he's behaving incredibly erratically now.
Not going anywhere. Is
and
he hitting the vape
it's
while
simply-
reversing?
He just doesn't want to get out. So you could look in the back. They
What about another car?
removed the
He's not going anywhere.
spike strip, so another officer could get behind that vehicle and add just
Did
a
he ride
little
over
bit
the spike
more
strip?
in the event that was necessary. But that's the thing about a pickup truck as well. So there's no weight right
not-
now other than those tree stumps in the back of that vehicle. So you're not getting the traction in the back of that pickup that you might get in a car or a heavier vehicle that's got some weight over those spinning tires. So there's not much in the way of weight given how much a pickup can hold. Maybe that's a half ton, but he's not going to move that truck or those SUVs with that truck, even if the second vehicle wasn't there.
Honestly, I'm surprised he's not out of the truck and trying to make his way across that bridge.
Wow, dude.
Because
that shit is going to
why,
Very
blow up or
true, but if he gets out,
I mean, we
and
don't
he's
want
not,
that.
if
Obviously,
he
we
gets
don't
out and
want
he's
to
not
see that.
armed, he's going down very quickly. But he
Yes.
might not be able to run.
Yeah.
He might not be able to walk clearly, given what we've watched him do as far as inhaling.
yeah, he's blazed out of his
so,
mind.
You know, right now he's
High
just
out of his
This
mind,
is where
dude.
the officers don't want to put themselves at risk anymore, because if you go in front of the vehicle as an officer to approach that direction, you could be seriously hurt because there's enough room for him to go forward, but he's going to go over that fence, and you just don't want to. You don't want that to happen.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't want to
come
put
on.
any officers at risk. So
Well,
I
let him
just
go
keep
forward.
trying to see if he can turn right, and I can't tell that he can.
Yeah. And again, it's 1:30. If you're just joining us, looking for regular programming, we are following breaking
Would've
news
taken
in
the bike
Compton. This is happening.
Empty.
This is the
Looks like
end
it's
of a
empty.
police pursuit on West Poplar Street and Wilmington, again in Compton. And you see law enforcement, we believe sheriff's vehicles there and sheriff's deputies.
Ooh, they shot more smoke in there.
Trying to get this suspect to surrender. We understand that they tried to stop him right around 12:30, maybe before then, for reckless driving in the Compton area, and they followed him for a while. Did you say that they pulled off the pursuit?
Early on, they went into surveillance mode, but they never just walked him away. But they just shot more pepper balls into the cab of the truck. So they have continued and continued and continued to try to get him to come out of there.
And what you're watching is the end of an effort, a pretty, aggressive effort to get him to stop. 3 pit maneuvers and 2 spike strips that I can count.
And 2 tear gas canisters at least, multiple rounds of pepper spray that have gone into the cab of the vehicle. And he continues to, he tossed something else out of the vehicle. It could have been whatever he was vaping. Couldn't really tell that. It looks that little white thing that you see there next to whatever that canister was possibly that he tossed. But at least at this point, he has stopped his effort to back up. You can see the skid marks there in front of the vehicle where he backed up and left a little bit of the rubber on the street. But again, he's not really a threat to anybody in the community. He is completely surrounded. But if you are wondering what's going on there in Compton, you can see that he is completely surrounded by officers, and he continues to yell at them as he hangs out the window, but he will not get out of the vehicle. If he keeps leaning over, he might fall out of his own, and if he does, I think the officers would swarm him fairly quickly. But he continues to hang out, and when I say hang out, I mean
hang out of the window.
Quite literally hanging out of the window.
Hanging out of the window because it's likely very uncomfortable in the cab because of the tear gas.
We've spotlighted the two. Yeah. That's 2 different things that he has tossed out of the vehicle right there. That little white piece is the most recent thing. It almost looks like a pack of cigarettes. We don't believe that's what it was because it looked like that was what he was inhaling. Then we had something else that, from our perspective, it kind of looked like a canister of some sort. And we did see him inhaling something from a balloon. So we know that it is very likely he's under the influence. And for these officers, they have to take that into account, too, because he is going to continue to behave erratically. And, again, there's no reason for anyone, any bystanders or any officers or even the suspect to get hurt in this if by simply waiting for him to become more reasonable, however that happens. That is what everybody would probably prefer.
He doesn't seem to be in a hurry either. He must think he seems to be the most patient.
Well, again, if he is under the influence, I don't know that he has a massive grasp of time lapse. So he, could just be in his own space right now. And in his mind, it could just be, these people are bothering me. But he's not, he has something to inhale again. There we go again. So he hasn't thrown away whatever it was that he was using, or maybe he has another one. It does look like we're getting word that a second patrol car behind the suspect vehicle actually ran over their own spike strip. So they might have actually flattened their own tire. We saw them try to pull it away.
That's what I thought. I think it looked like he moved it too late.
Before they ran over it. So it does look as if that front tire is starting to lose.
Lord almighty, say it is so slow.
As they tried to pull it away. But remember, they did that when he was trying to push that SUV back. So they were simply trying to keep him from going anywhere. But it will delay the cleanup of this space because you'll have to change the tire and get the vehicle out of the way.
Right. And to your right, I don't know if we can re-rack that video of the deputies approaching
they're coming again. They're coming again.
Pickup truck. They've approached the pickup truck several times, a couple of times to drop more
I wonder if they're trying to sneak up on him.
That's what we're assuming. And then now you're looking
Does he
at
see them?
His effort to
He's trying to reverse again.
To drive out and push, get out of the area. He's trying to back out.
And you see on the left, he's now doing it again. So that's live on the left, and it was tape on the right. And so he was once again trying to back up a little bit. And see, that's one of the problems we have. We can't tell that the engine's still running, but they can. So they know that the vehicle is still running. For a moment there, I kind of thought he had just put it in park and turned it off. But clearly he hasn't, and you can see it there right now.
There it goes again.
And it's so nonchalant the way he's doing it, so that.
I wonder if he even knows that he has his foot on
I think he at least at some level he knows, but I do think that it's interesting. It's hard for us because we can't hear the conversations. The officers there, they know more about his demeanor. They know more about his language. They know more about his approach to them because they're talking to him. They have established the communication, which is a good thing. And with any luck, they will be able to convince him to just go ahead and get out.
Yeah. And I wonder if, as we are taking a closer look at what's happening, if we backed out, if Air 7 could back out, we could see if maybe they're reinforcing the other side of the wash with more patrol units.
They sure. Well, they're certainly blocking traffic.
Because this is a residential area on both sides, and that is always a concern. Although there doesn't appear to be any danger to people living there. But you know, when bullets start to fly, you just never know.
Well, we did see there was one officer there that is right next to that van, and it looks as if I believe he has either a pepper ball gun or a paintball gun. See the canister there on top? That's kind of paintball. It's probably pepper balls, but that's a canister that will feed the air rifle. Now he was waving at the people, I believe, across the wash to have them move. My assumption is because, you know, if an officer is over there, right at this point we have not seen shots fired. We've seen less than lethal action, but you don't want any officers in any potential line of fire. So it seemed as if he was kind of waving somebody off, maybe if they were over there by the wash, like you were saying. But yeah, you know, you can put a lot of pepper balls in that canister that's there on top of that.
Those pepper balls.
They have multiple officers.
All those non-lethal whatever, they're microaggressions that they're doing. I totally get that they got to be cautious and stuff, you know, with all the crazy shit that goes on out there. This took me back, though, seeing the little paintball gun. Anybody ever paintball? It's so much fun. I've done it a couple times. It's been years. I used to just go out there, shorts and a shirt, man. You have people that go in with the full heavy sweater, heavy pant. We just, me and my other friend, we just go shorts and a shirt, t-shirt, moving quick.
Less than lethal.
Oh, okay.
So
he's trying to reverse
anything
again?
with the tape. Sometimes it's orange, sometimes it's red, sometimes it's yellow.
He's trying to reverse,
But you want to be able to identify what kind of weapon you're.
What if they crouch? Could they crouch and creep up on them?
There. Now they can be any range of less than lethal force, and sometimes you'll have tasers, pepper balls, rubber bullets. And there he goes with the tires again. Right? So you have any number, but it is generally a descriptive.
I've never had anything too bad, thankfully. I've never had like my skin broken. I had a friend of mine, his skin broke, and he had like a pretty nasty bruise for a long period of time. I had something maybe lasted like a week or two, maybe nothing too bad.
Try to back out of that.
You know what I realized? Because a friend of mine told me when I was playing paintball, for the people that camp and hide, you just play worse. Once you become like you're moving around and shifting, you get around people a lot easier. Ooh, here we go. Here we go.
If he starts to move, they've generally backed off. So here they go. They're putting a lot in there on him, and he's still got that canister. See the canister that he has?
Oh, he
threw it up!
Well, but look at his hands right now. That is a massive canister.
He should have threw it at the cops, man.
He just threw it out.
He threw
the tear gas out, which I think is why they fire the pepper balls in there. They throw the pepper balls at him so that pepper balls, rubber bullets.
What is he? Is he inhaling from the?
Maybe directly from the canister, but that is a huge canister that he's got there now.
Whip it! Whip it! I knew it! Is that whip it?
Oh, no, that's a little beyond
that's helium. I think it's helium.
Nitrous oxide, you know, the whipped cream kind of canisters that we were talking about a minute ago, but who knows what it is.
It looked like whippets, though.
What they're doing, it seems, is they approach with tear gas that will really.
But the whippets, you have to change the canister. That's the only reason I don't think it's whippets.
Keep him from grabbing and throwing it out, which we saw, is to fire a lot of less than lethal rounds in there, whether those are rubber bullets or pepper balls or whatever they might be.
Yo, he should have thrown that shit at the cops.
And grab
it. So gangster.
But he has continued to be more than capable
out of here with that shit.
Fighting off their rounds and grabbing the canister and throwing it aside.
That was the first time I saw him do that. Did you see that earlier?
I think he might be getting it out somehow. Maybe either on the other window or maybe into the cab. But when you get one of those tear gas canisters within a cab that space, we'll see it. We would see it from here. It would completely fill up the vehicle for a period of time until it started to kind of go out the windows. So he's been able to get it out of there somehow. And again, he threw it out just now.
And again, this suspect wanted for reckless driving in the Compton area, and that's what started this pursuit that has now run into about an hour if we are following the clock correctly, accurately. And again, this is
so it is
still
helium,
in the
I
Compton
guess?
area, a residential area,
Oh,
and
no,
you see the
that doesn't look
suspect surrounded by sheriff's deputies who are outside of their vehicles and armed with less than lethal weapons, and they've fired several rounds of pepper spray, tear gas.
Jesus.
Is that correct?
Yes.
We think. We're getting information from our assignment desk. And we're still trying to get more information about the situation here. And as soon as we get more details, of course, we'll share it with you. But right to the right of your screen, you're looking at video from just a few minutes ago when deputies approached the pickup and threw some tear gas, we believe a canister in the back cab of that pickup truck. That was from several minutes ago. And then maybe, 5 minutes ago, we saw them do it again, drop tear gas into the actual where the driver is. And he picked it up and threw it outside and towards the wash.
And there's the possibility they might have disabled the truck by using, when they approached, they might have jammed something in the wheel well there, so he can't go forward. He might not be able to go forward.
I was wondering what that was.
That might be what we're looking at there to the left. It's very possible he can't go forward. Well, it's a spike strip, but it might have been something that we were talking about earlier, where it just disables the vehicle from continuing going. But notice he hasn't tried to go forward at all, only backwards. So it does appear as if they've disabled the vehicle, which again goes back to your point of the time is on officer side. He's not going anywhere.
But he's never tried to move forward at any point, even before that device. So I don't know if he can't move forward or he's just so high out of his mind, because it looks like there's a little bit of space between the bike path. Maybe he could have rolled down the bike path forward. I guess, yeah, the way they got him, he's not blocking traffic. He's in some sort of like dead end area. There's not really a hazard to anybody but himself right now, I guess, at this point.
It's on the dash.
Yep.
And all of that is pepper spray, tear gas, anything that they can get to try to get him out of there.
Yeah. And the reason we are seeing him exit through the window, or have the upper part of his body outside the window, is because it must be so difficult.
He's taking another hit. Zoom in, zoom in.
They have several angles to
He's
get
getting
that
straight
in there
from
now.
the,
They can go in the
whatever that
passenger
is.
side window, which is likely broken. And they have just been putting rounds into that
he's taking
cab, but it
straight
doesn't
from that
seem like
container.
the pepper spray balls are working that much. They're making him uncomfortable.
And I think that's dangerous too, to inhale it straight from the thing.
What is he inhaling? Is that also
Straight from the can.
Yeah,
Bro!
And it is.
And he had the vape on his left hand before.
And
He could kill himself. Isn't that dangerous?
Yeah, the inconsistencies of behavior for this guy just makes it, really a situation where the officers are going to want to wait. They're just going to want to wait and make sure that.
It says here, breathing in pure helium deprives your body of oxygen as if you were holding your breath. If you couldn't breathe at all, you'd start to die in minutes. As soon as your body exhausted the supply of oxygen stored in the blood. So I guess as long as he's taking some sort of mix, that's what I was saying with the balloon thing. If you're not mixing it with air, if you're not stopping to actually breathe in some air, you could kill yourself.
And lethal.
I'm sure it's pretty dangerous to straight take it from this thing too, though.
Right. And then there is the mental health factor that we haven't really discussed, but we don't know what his mental health status is right now and what his history has been, so that might be playing a role in this. I do have a programming note. If you have tuned in to watch Tamron Hall, you can watch today's program at 1:06 a.m.
And that will be here on ABC7. I'm Philip Palmer along with Giovanna Lara, and we have been covering this breaking news for a little over an hour now. It was a chase for some time as officers were trying to pull this person over for reckless driving.
Let's see, helium tank.
I'm seeing a new person here with the hat and the shirt.
There's no way he has a
walking
nitrous
up.
tank. That'd be wild if he has a.
He might be a negotiator of some point. He looks a little different than anybody we have seen, and they kind of made way to let him come forward. I do not know if he is a hostage negotiator, but that could be an effort that they're having, just one more different voice that is going to try to reach this man in some way to get him to come out.
I wonder if he has something like this. Check this out.
Of this person during the pursuit was never really high speeds. He wasn't really disobeying a lot of traffic laws, but it was dangerous at several times when the pit maneuver was used.
I wonder if he's inhaling something like that.
He had to drive into oncoming traffic at some time. He has gone through an intersection like this, and if you'll watch there on the right, you'll see him as he just simply drove away into the line of the officers, and then watch as he goes over that median and then back into traffic the other way. So to say it's not dangerous is not true. I'm just trying to distinguish between chases we have seen recently where the mere chase was a risk
sending social workers out
to the general population. This person, when he was driving, seemed for the most part to obey most of the traffic laws. We watched him come to intersections, come to a full and complete stop. We watched him sit through traffic lights until he was given the arrow, and then he just drove away, and he just never would yield to officers, which is exactly what he's been doing as he sits at that bike path, unable to go forward.
Right, and that is, you're describing everything that we saw once Air 7 was on it, but before that, when the pursuit was already underway, officers were trying to stop him because of reckless driving. And it might have been, you know, similar to what we've seen.
You guys could help me out with the likes, please,
too. We don't have any reports of him, to your point, driving erratically.
What you're talking about right there is perfect. I mean, you know, he wasn't safe. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
He was not a safe driver at any level. And yeah, there are any number of ways of driving recklessly. But just as a descriptor of this chase,
it was
unusual in that you could have been sitting at a stoplight next to this person and not known that he was involved in a chase,
right?
Because he was just sitting there waiting on the light along with everybody else.
That's right. And it does look like this guy, this man that we saw walk up in the black T-shirt and the hat, it does, well, for a while there, it looked like he was talking to him, maybe trying to reason with him. Mm-hmm. As you said.
Well,
and now he doesn't even seem to be looking at him.
He appears, again,
maybe
he's not armed. If you notice, everyone else has some version of weapon. He is the one person who's not armed.
By his side. Is it empty?
At least not holding a weapon. So my assumption is that, yeah, he is a negotiator of some sort, trying to just de-escalate this, convince this person to come out of the vehicle.
Yeah, and the driver is now reaching for something. He's holding on to something. It could be that.
Looked like a box of some sort.
Yeah.
Maybe he's up. There it is.
It didn't look like the tank that he was.
He got it. I think he has.
No, it looked like a silver box of some sort. But this is, again, just, that's pretty amazing what he's doing there.
What's in his mouth now? Something's in his mouth.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
another.
Again, his vape cartridge, possibly. And as you mentioned, we don't know what he's vaping necessarily. There's so much we don't know at this point. But the good news is it doesn't appear as if he's armed. You have to operate from the assumption that he is, because he has been willing to use his vehicle to damage and run into things. So that in itself is a weapon. But again, he is refusing to surrender to authorities as they continue to try to get him out of this vehicle, sitting there on that bike path in Compton.
Yeah, and it does look like the man we believe is a crisis negotiator is still talking to him. His hands in his pocket. He is gesturing with his hands. So it does look like there's some communication underway. And we hope that this will end sooner rather than later. Yeah.
So, again, I mean, we don't necessarily know the protocols for this negotiator, how long he will be able to just continue to talk to him. But it's almost as if this person is just, with the power of this high, that he is able to.
Drinking and smoking.
It is incredible, the pull that can, I mean, think about what he's looking at. And he continues to want to go back to inhaling from that canister. So clearly he is painfully unaware of his surroundings and what's going on due to whatever he is inhaling. And the officers are having to deal with this, trying to make this end safely, because nobody wants this guy to harm himself or be harmed. and at the same time, they want this to end as well. So we're kind of waiting to see what they're going to do. They had to get permission to do the pit maneuver earlier, and they did that multiple times. So again, we can wait as long. The officers can wait as long as he wants, and we're not quite sure how long we want to sit with this, but we'll, for now, continue to kind of go with it on this. But, we did want to mention that, again, Tamron Hall, if you are wanting to watch that, it's going to be on. Set your DVRs for 1:06 a.m. here on ABC7, and you will be able to watch that show in its entirety at that time.
It was going to be up at 1:06 a.m.
Right now, it just seems as if sheriff's deputies are willing to wait and see. You do have some discussions going on a little bit further back. We don't see the negotiator there anymore. He stepped away, so he's probably giving his assessment. Meantime, the dog is just laying in the grass.
Yeah, he's on the phone.
Kind of just watching what's happening here. So, again, we've talked about it not being an impact directly to the community unless you're living in one of those houses right around there.
That's right. Or along that street.
Yeah, or along that street. But he's not blocking any major thoroughfares. And so they can, it is somewhat safe for him as long as he is not armed. The officers are taking their time, and they're going to let him or let the negotiator do their work. And we'll see what he was on the phone with. See if that changes any tactics by what the negotiator walked away and had that conversation with. So we'll see.
Yeah, and again, we are assuming that he's under the influence. I think that is safe to assume, but we don't know what his state of mind was before and what his history is. So this, again, could be a mental health crisis that is unfolding that we are looking at. And so you have to commend law enforcement, with all of the recent interactions we've seen involving law enforcement. We have to commend them for taking their time and taking this slowly and trying to de-escalate the situation and allowing this suspect the time to come to his senses, hopefully.
Well, I don't know that he can come to his senses if he keeps inhaling, and that is unfortunately the challenge they're facing.
Wow.
Because that's what he continues to do right there. So they may be trying to talk to their supervisors and find out what the next step is, because there's if he just stays in that truck and continues to inhale, he's going to remain under the influence, and he's probably going to continue the current bad behavior. And so they might be he might have asked for something. We don't know. And if he did, maybe they're going to go get it for him and bring it to him so that they can say, here, look, we have this thing that you asked for. Mm-hmm. It's yours if you come out. There's no reason why they will want to force him out. If they can get him to come out, for whatever reason, they will hopefully, they want to end this without any further violence or confrontation.
Yeah, and we had some officers move up a little bit closer to the other deputies. I wonder if that indicated anything. And the man, we no longer see the guy who had the hat on.
No, he stepped away on the phone.
He was on the phone, but we no longer even see him on the sidewalk.
But that's to my point, as far as we don't know what he said to them, because he might have said, "I'd love a Coke," and maybe they're going to go get him one. I mean, that could be something as simple as that to get him to step away from the vehicle, because it's, clearly forcing him out with tear gas and pepper balls hasn't worked at this point. I mean, it's now 1:54, so we're fully an hour on roughly on the air with this, and
coming back.
Most of it has been while he sits here.
No.
And again, they have approached the vehicle several times with the shield and several officers. Here he goes again.
Reversing again. Yeah.
Putting the car in reverse and trying to back up while he inhales. And so the officers have approached the vehicle several times, usually not when he's got it in reverse like he is now. But they have, and they've tried to toss tear gas canisters in there while they pepper sprayed to keep him away from it. But he was able to, grab it and toss it off to the side. We watched at one point. So he has been more than willing to take the less than lethal action and just continue his behavior.
Yeah. I wonder if we can identify what that first item is that he threw out of that vehicle. It's on the bike path there.
Well, we've
Just
zoomed in on it.
side.
I don't know what it is. If anybody,
yeah, I don't know if
any of our producers know, then that would be a great thing. But he tossed something out. You can see it on the ground there.
A couple of
the
things,
bike path.
right? A couple of items.
And
just the fact that he's still trying to get away and trying to back out of that where he is indicates his state of mind.
Well, and the powerful addiction of inhaling like that as he continues in this place, that is the thing he wants, is that he continues to inhale. Just shows, the strength of that addiction for him. And, again, the officers know this. They can see it. And so they okay, so we actually have Bruce Thomas with us. Bruce, this must be challenging for officers when they have everything under control, except they can't stop his inhaling and his behavior, which put him in this spot.
Yeah.
All right, let's switch up. Fox has like a different angle. Let's see. Oh, kind of. That you already.
Best case scenario, I suppose.
Araxia, that is definitely the silver lining here. There's no doubt about it. And thank you for pointing that out for anybody, to me, and also everybody that's listening right now. That suspect is not on the streets. He is wedged in here at the end of this street out here on Poplar, and he has no place to go. And the deputies are doing their job. They're keeping people safe. They got this guy off of the streets. They obviously knew what he was doing when they tried to stop him. That might have been one of the reasons why they re-engaged this pursuit, is because they realized that he was, in the act of getting high while driving, and they just were weighing the public safety against this guy's safety. So they re-engaged that pursuit to keep the public safe. In the end, he wedged himself in here. This is at a wash, if anybody's just joining us, at the end of Poplar near the cross of Wilmington, city of Compton, and you can see it. That fence is what's keeping him from going over the edge. If he puts that thing in drive, he's been trying to back up those cruisers. That one right there, they put it up against his bumper, and he's just been spinning his wheels. And just to make sure, they doubled it up. They put that other cruiser behind that one. So those two cars are basically keeping that pickup truck from moving. A lot of these deputies, they all have their weapons out. They're ready to take this guy into custody. They're just waiting for that opportunity, that tiny window of opportunity, hopefully, where he decides to open that door, get out, or we'll see. Maybe they'll find out another way to entice him to get out of that vehicle.
All right, as we watch this, I wonder if we can re-rack some of that video to show our viewers the pit maneuvers, which were attempted unsuccessfully. Great, there we have it. On your left, you see what's happening right now. On your right, you see the pit maneuvering happening right there. This was at an intersection. It was not successful. That suspect weaved his way through all of those police cruisers. You will see in a moment, goes over the barrier there, keeps on going. We'll follow that, and then it looked as though there was some spike strips that officers were trying to place there on the ground. There, they back off. He misses it. He keeps going. We get a shot of him in a moment where he is inhaling a balloon, getting some nitrous there. There you see it behind the wheel, and at that moment, another pit maneuver happens. Again, not successful. Driving the opposite direction, going over the barriers once more. We thought for a moment maybe he'd get stuck, but that was not the case. Kept on going past all those police cruisers on his way back as he backtracks into this neighborhood, drives around. We think, does he know where he's going? Does he have any idea? Is he lost? Appears as though he did not know where he was going, because he's going to turn in a moment, make a right, and end up in this dead-end area where we are right now with that wash in front of him, and he's stuck right there. The reason the police cruisers are
nitrous tank, you think?
Right up against that truck is because he put the car in reverse and tried to back his way out. Obviously, he was not successful, so they're right up against him. He's tried several times to do that. Several times those officers have approached the vehicle. They've fired pepper bullets into the vehicle. They've tried to throw gas canisters into the car. He's just casually grabbed them and thrown them right back out. Wow. Sitting there with that nitrous tank in his lap, vaping, it appears, smoking something. It looks like a vape pen. And just sitting there and killing time and just waiting. They did approach the vehicle at one point, and it did look like they threw some spike strips underneath the vehicle, which you cannot see. It was on the other side, the passenger side of the vehicle, where they threw what appeared to be some spike strips in case he tries to pull some kind of miraculous move out of there. But he really has nowhere to go. So there you have it. All of those police cruisers behind him. Officers there with their guns drawn, just waiting to see what they're going to do. The safety, of course, of the people who live in the area is a concern, but also his safety. That is something that Stu's pointed out several times that they also take into account. And we have to remember, we don't know and we can't assume that he doesn't have a weapon. He could very well have a weapon. We haven't seen one displayed and no indication of that, but this is definitely something we don't know. The officers don't know, so you just have to wait because concern is for everyone's safety who's down there right now. Stu, one more time, just let us know this exact area we're at right now.
Well, we are in the city of Compton. This is going to be Poplar Street near the cross of Wilmington. Wilmington is going to be the major street at the end of this cul-de-sac right there. And actually, they have Wilmington shut down. I just did that wide shot. I just noticed they have some cruisers out there. So they actually have Wilmington shut down as well in both directions. You can see Poplar comes to a dead end here at the wash. Somebody had moved some of those barriers out of the way, so that pickup truck actually had a moment there where we thought he might be trying to drive on that bike lane that runs along the wash, but he didn't. He just kind of came to a stop. Now those deputies have been making every effort. They've broken out a lot of the windows. They've been using the pepper balls. They've been using CS, or the gas containers, putting them in the car. Like you said, we've actually seen them actually pick one up and just toss it out of the car at least twice, one through the back window, one out through the driver's side window. But they have been doing what they can just to irritate this driver enough, or the suspect enough, just to get out of that darn car. But in the end, he's been grandstanding, coming out of the window, standing up and yelling at the deputies, basically just being stubborn is probably the most polite way of saying it. And in the end, now he actually has a nitrous container that he has sitting right there, and you can see him again just doing what he's been doing for this entire time, sucking on some of that gas, getting inebriated, getting high, and it's just been a waiting game. And I wonder if he wants to try to use up that entire canister. Again, not really familiar with it, don't know how exactly that's going to work, but I can imagine an entire canister, nitrous, probably pretty dangerous.
The thing with nitrous is if you're used to it, over time, you could probably do tasks like driving. You shouldn't, but you probably could. If you're like a first-time person, you're getting used to it, you could easily pass out. I've known people that have fallen over, like banged their head, because you shouldn't even be standing, let alone driving, while doing that stuff. But if you've come accustomed and you've like been taking it for a long time, this dude's just straight out taking hits from the container, you could get away with driving and doing all kinds of shit. I mean, it's really dangerous. People have passed out behind the wheel doing nitrous.
Front that would keep him from going forward. Then he could only go backwards, which is what he's tried to do it a couple of times. And as Bruce Thomas mentioned, that's a felony. He's, when he drove his vehicle after being pitted and he drove straight into the vehicles, that too is a felony, because you've now, it's attempted murder on a police officer, or a law enforcement, a peace officer. So, yeah, he has tried any number of things and just refuses to give up. It does look like, what are the officers doing there in the house, in the front yard? Maybe they're clearing that home.
Maybe they are trying to evacuate at this point. Maybe kids are coming home from school. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock.
2:05. Yeah, probably still in school for another hour or so. Yeah. So we'll see. But yeah, you know what? I mean, it may be one of those deals where they just they need to know where he is. They could potentially approach from that side if they wanted to. That may be harder for them to, I'm not sure why they would, but they at least went over there.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to get access to the front of the pickup truck.
Well, they could.
I think it can be a lot of fun too if you do it safely and properly, but I mean, those days are like over for me. But like, people used to do it a lot back in the day. They used to have parties where they have like a tank, I think, and they'll fill up the balloons and they'll hand it out to people. And I think you pay for the balloons and people just like inhale it or whatever. But a lot of people try to compare nitrous oxide to like, oh, they're huffing air duster, and it's completely different and not as like harmful. But people all the time are like, oh, it's like the same thing, and it's really not. They used to give that at the dentist's office a lot too. I think they're still doing it in some places, but it's safe. Like they'll mix it with air, a safe amount of air and nitrous oxide. They call it laughing gas.
He was in that vehicle, inhaling from that balloon. We don't know what was.
I wonder what they're doing now.
In
They're
that
setting
balloon,
up.
he also has a vape, so we don't know. Again, what
he's
he
still
has been
taking hits.
ingesting. We assume that he's under the influence just based on his behavior. And again, we are assuming that maybe there is some mental health factor at play here. We don't know. We don't know at this point.
The guy from last night.
The deputies that you're looking at that are armed, pointing their weapons
I think he's dead.
toward the pickup truck have been there, for quite some time now, and we've seen less lethal. Oh, now we see. Okay, it does appear that they're evacuating this family. Look, Philip. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're taking them out of harm's way.
Which, that could be any reason. They could be taking them out of harm's way, or they may need to go somewhere. They may have been able to poke their head out and say, we need to leave. We can't stay here. We want to go.
We need to pick up our child from school.
So they're going to get them out of that house, which clearly they were able to do, which is great news. And again, the behavior of this person continues.
Yeah. He's still inhaling from both the tank and the vape.
That poor guy.
Well, and again, his throat is just likely raw with the pepper spray and everything. And I'm just amazed that he doesn't.
And if that really isn't nitrous oxide, I couldn't imagine, because everything is so much more amplified. And so to be doing that in a strenuous, crazy, stressed out situation like this with like weapons drawn on you, I just don't know how anybody could do that and be like, like I'm just chilling. That would be a completely messed up type of high. I mean, wow.
That's something, but he doesn't have the.
Oh,
okay, there you go.
What did he chuck up?
So I don't know. He didn't get the water bottle they tossed to him because he hasn't gotten out of the vehicle. So I don't know what that was. If there was
Flung
any
that shit like a
water in
boss.
He might have just. Who knows? But it does look as if, again, there's the negotiator there. He is
Still just
clearly talking to him. There is a line of communication, but one
balloon for $5. Oh,
here for
5 for 20.
an hour now, as he just refuses to get out. And
I would have
we all
gone to
know
a
how
party
this is
like
gonna
that.
end.
That sounds
He'll
like a fun
eventually
party.
Either be taken out with the canine, or he will step out and they'll swarm him. But this gives us a shot, kind of a different angle as you look into the cab. I can't tell if that to the left is a bunch of different, what that is. Oh, I think that's the pepper spray on the windshield. It's not anything. I thought maybe that was
right there, I guess.
Something in the passenger seat, but I believe that's the pepper spray, and it gives us a chance to see that window on the side there, which look on the passenger side. It looks to be broken. Possibly, if I'm not mistaken. And that would also be how they were throwing things in, shooting things in.
Yeah, looks like they just shot right through the glass, maybe. I don't know. Would it get through? I don't know. But I thought you were referring to on the ground, the spike strip there. That was the spike strip that finally...
That's probably wrapped
him.
around. That's probably wrapped around his axle. When he drove over it. But no, the front windshield has marks that look as if it's pepper ball residue. But the passenger side window looks as if it's been broken. And remember, we watched multiple times as sheriff's deputies walked up that sidewalk. approach the passenger side and toss things in there.
And then we watched when they tossed tear gas in, and then he picked it up and threw it right out.
Picked it up, threw it right out. So
That was so
And so
gangster.
he
when he did that,
sits.
too. I wish he threw it back at the cops.
And we saw him wipe his eyes, so we know he's at some point affected by it. But I'm just continue to be stunned that he has not shown much in the way of impact of all of that.
How is he still going?
Tear gas and pepper spray that's in the cab of that vehicle.
Something not right.
It's mind-boggling that he's able to just continue to sit through it.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be in distress right
Unwavered,
now.
unbothered.
And that could be because he's under the influence of whatever he's been ingesting.
Certainly that plays
know.
a role. We do know that down the bike path on the right of our screen, there used to be sheriff's deputies there. We saw them kind of back away, and they're not there now. And then the other side, too, you've got to think that significantly further down both directions of that bike path, there are officers that are keeping people from even approaching it. So my guess is that if you were to go down the bike path, you're going to see it blocked off because you know, can you imagine somebody's using the bike path and they come upon this accidentally? So you're not getting anywhere near this if you happen to go in that neighborhood.
Right. And even on the other side, if Air 7 can pull out again, I think I saw a patrol car down to the left on another street, closing off that street so people could not get through. Yeah, indeed. So at least they're blocking off people there as well. People from accessing that area as well.
And that's the thing that can, you know, if you're the suspect, I don't know what you think that you're going to escape, or if you're just waiting, if your addiction is such that you don't care, that you want to continue to sit here like this. But there is no escape from this, and I can't imagine that escape is necessarily on his mind right now. It's the only thing it seems to be on his mind is a failure to comply, because he hasn't done much other than.
I wonder how he got a hold of a whole entire container like that instead of like doing the whip it through the whipped cream canisters. Amazing.
Hostage negotiator, as you were calling him, he has backed away. It seemed like there was some communication, and then he walked away. Maybe there was another message exchanged, another request that he is now trying to make happen.
Well, we periodically see new officers come up. We're now seeing the man in the blue shirt there. He's come up. Generally speaking, it's been the same folks there the whole time, but you know, it can be remarkably tense. So I am assuming that they kind of rotate in and out so that one person doesn't get overwhelmed. And there are, I think Bruce Thomas said it best. There's no, you know, playbook for something like this, but there's certainly.
They just look a little bit more relaxed now, kind of like they're there, but it's not as intense anymore.
General MO of how to handle these things, and that's maybe why we continue to see new people come in. But as you mentioned, Giovanna, the crisis negotiator was clearly somebody who, when they came in, everything was different for that person as he was talking to this person. And several times, now twice at least, we've seen him walk away. Both times he was on the phone when he walked away. So we don't know if he's gone to get something or if he's just not there anymore.
Right. And then Bruce Thomas also mentioned the K9 possibly being brought in. We're not sure. I'm not sure if he said that he knew for a fact that they had already called in a K9, or if that's you know, part of the protocol at times in these situations.
And now we've got a couple of people, and the officers are basically, I think, now that they're out of the front yard, telling them to either stay in the house or come on and leave the area. My assumption is once you leave that area, you're not getting back in until this is over. So you kind of have your choice, I would assume, because you're now technically within a crime scene once they put that tape up. And so you know, people have their lives, and you know, we talked about not having much of an impact to the area at large. It's clearly impacting the people that live in these houses right here.
And it does look like they are.
I wonder if he's on something else
encouraging
too.
the people to perhaps consider leaving. Or maybe they're asking about what's behind the home and if there's some access to the bike path.
Well, clearly they don't want to
Trying to
put them in
figure out
harm's
what's-
range,
yeah.
and you're right. They may be just saying,
Yeah.
look, you're going to have to exit a different way. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
we
maybe that's
can't
what
know,
they're-
but the main thing is officers are not going to put any people at risk, and the way this
Yeah, some
person
people
behaves.
gotta go pick up their kids.
I mean, he's not going anywhere, but at the same time, you just want to remove the variables. You just don't want accidents to happen.
Yeah, and we don't know if, I mean, we've seen this before. He could exit the vehicle with something that appears like a weapon in his hands, and that escalates the situation, and law enforcement
This is like-
feels that they have to open fire. We just don't know.
This is almost more of a standoff than last night. I mean, it's still not really, I guess. But I guess there's no like threat, I guess. Send the robot.
If they saw a weapon.
A gangster, send the robot after his ass.
So you're
Pull up
right.
on him.
He could get out of the vehicle and
How would it react to the robot?
make something,
That'd
do
probably
something
trip him
unsafe.
out.
But they have so much more knowledge now on what he's doing, what he has, what's in that truck, because at least twice they have walked up to the passenger side with multiple
Scuba dick.
officers and been able to see inside the vehicle.
Yeah.
So if he has a weapon, they know it.
Right.
If it's likely he doesn't, they also know that. There's no guarantees right now.
Right.
But by being able to walk up and look into the cab of the vehicle, they know a lot more about what they have to face. We're seeing a couple more people now leave the area, and the officers, every time somebody has come out, the officers have directly gone over and spoken to them and either escorted them out or, taken them back into their
That's probably
their
the
place.
process. They've probably been trying to reach these people, maybe look up telephone numbers to get, because all these homes have gates.
Where's his family?
who
Maybe they
knows?
can contact his
They're
family.
probably trying to get rid of, not rid, but make contact with the homeowners here
25.
and have them leave. The other process that I'm
Send the
thinking
K9.
might be
Maybe the K9 will
happening
jump
is
through the window.
Maybe the crisis negotiator, again, speculation, has asked him for his name. Maybe they're trying to reach his family.
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to get someone down to the scene that can, persuade him to exit the car.
I do think they could walk up to him and just yank him out. I feel like I've seen that before. They'll come up with shields and stuff, and they'll break the window, just yoke his ass out of that window. I think they could.
Primarily been his inhaling of whatever substance he has.
Because he could kill himself inhaling that stuff
in
too,
that
right?
canister, that
Depending on how
large
much he keeps-
canister, and he's taken it straight out of the canister, and we have seen him
Straight
inhale
to
it
the
out of
head.
a balloon. So he has,
He's not going to feel normal for like probably a week or two. Who knows how long it's going to take for him to even get back to normal. Like inhaling that much nitrous, like back to back to back to back, like, ugh.
because he's not been given anything. It doesn't seem as if he's made any demands, but he has not stopped his consumption. And that seems to be a motivating factor for him every single.
Why are you worried about the pepper spray, Adri?
Right, and to the right of your screen, again, you're looking at
Shoot
his
down the balloon.
behavior earlier when he was trying to back out of
Irvin, thanks for the membership.
His position there and trying to
I'm out in chat. What's
drive
up?
and
Welcome.
move that deputy vehicle behind him. And we have seen him, rev his engine a few times.
Well, that's the thing too with that nitrous stuff. Like I thought when it comes out of that canister, it can be really cold and stuff. You can get like frostbite. And yeah, you can like damage your insides depending on how you. I'm surprised it's just taking it straight out of that thing.
If you
Maybe he can't feel anything.
do
Maybe he's
enough
numb.
with the tires, you could set the tire on fire, and that would be something that
Another problem.
that would be another
could
problem
be.
altogether. So,
Dumpy.
but yeah, he continues to inhale. He continues to go back to the canister, and officers continue to keep weapons drawn on him. Most of them are the less than lethal variety, but certainly they have the option there if it goes to that level. There are any number of weapons pointed on this person. You see, the neighborhood is overwhelmed with law enforcement. Now, there we go. We haven't seen that lately. An officer, a sheriff's deputy, has driven a vehicle onto the bike path. Not sure. Doesn't look as if they can get past that obstruction there on the bike path. Don't know if there's something in the other direction doing the same, but that vehicle right there, yeah. So there's nowhere to go in either direction on the bike path. And the thing is, nobody can get on the bike path. That, I think, is probably what we're looking at this particular point, is that officers don't want an innocent person to hop on a bike path as they would every afternoon, maybe at 2:20 in the afternoon, and start riding on that bike path. They don't want them just coming up on this guy who could potentially hurt them.
Yeah. So again, we have been following
This
this
is live.
on since what, 1:40?
Well, we started,
No,
you know, we started
about
just
12
before 1 o'clock.
Yep,
It was right about 12:54, right about that time.
Started
So
as a reckless driving pursuit in Compton, in the Compton area, and we're still in the Compton area. The driver of that pickup truck you see there, leading sheriff's deputies through several city streets, refusing to stop. They conducted 3 pit maneuvers, and the driver was still able to get away. And they laid down 2 spike strips as well. But to your point, the point you were making earlier, he hasn't been driving at high speeds. He has been driving dangerously because he drove in the opposite direction of traffic. As you see him there crossing to the other side of the street, that's clearly dangerous. But no super high speeds.
And the most serious offense, you know, that we've seen, and it is serious indeed, is, you know, attempted murder of a peace officer. That right there, that you're looking at the video there, is, you know, any number of incidents where he did that. You can't drive the vehicles directly at the officers.
California.
When you put it in reverse and backed into the officers, that too, Bruce Thomas said, qualifies as a potential felony, whereas before it was reckless driving. And that, you know, misdemeanor, this is not. And more than anything, my assumption is that he is immediately going to need assistance for the substance abuse. So, you know, that's you know, they know he's not of right mind, and they're just wanting to get him some help and end this without any further confrontation.
And now we see to the left of your screen. Oh, this is where he crossed the spike strip is right there. He stopped, and then, yeah.
Our
really
negotiator is back, and
Yeah,
it looks
that's
as
what I
if
was
he's got
saying.
something written down or a piece of paper or something in his hands. Not sure what it is, but yeah, you mentioned it continues to be the same behavior. He leaves. And then comes back with something. One time it was a bottle of water, and this time we're not quite sure what he's brought back, but clearly they're trying everything to just convince this person to get out of the vehicle. And from this perspective, we can't tell.
Yeah, we can't tell what. It doesn't appear that he's talking to him at this point.
Well, the one thing that we have on our side is that our negotiator seems to be a very nonverbal talker. In other words, he whenever he's talking, we can see him use his hands, and so we know that he's talking to him. So he's pointing to things. He said, I think he probably said, "There's a bottle of water right there," because that's where he had thrown the bottle of water, and I think.
Just get out and
if
get
you
it.
listen to Bruce Thomas, that's what this is about right now. This guy is wanting water, and I think the crisis negotiator is telling him, there's water right there. So as
It's just
hard to see, but yeah, you could tell that he's talking to him based on his hand movements. But he's wearing that hat, so we can't really see his face. You know, he's doing his job, which is to engage and try to make this guy comfortable enough to talk to him and maybe share some details of himself and why he's doing this, and maybe, as you mentioned, give him whatever they can to provide him some comfort, enough so that it'll persuade him to come out of the vehicle, step out of the vehicle.
I wonder, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've not seen him inhale nearly as recently as we were seeing before. You know, there is the possibility at some point he runs out of whatever he has been using. And at some point he's, going to, start getting a state of mind that's more effective for them to communicate with him. I do see a couple of officers there mustering up behind the negotiator, but other than the negotiator, pretty much everything has continued to be about the same. So I don't know if it looks as if that's a SWAT officer there behind. I don't know if that means that they are going to make use the canine unit. I haven't seen canine, but see how we've got two other officers coming forward. It looks to me like they're SWAT. So I don't know if this is going to be a change of tactics where they're going to take a little bit more of an aggressive approach to get him out. But they still have some options before them. When Bruce was mentioning the canine unit, there's so much pepper spray, so much tear gas in the cab. I don't know how that would impact the dog.
Let's find out.
So before he had left, I'd wanted to ask him if that plays a role, or if the dogs are trained to manage that. I don't know, but it does seem as if that might be a reasonable thing as to why you might not use the canine unit, because there's so much pepper spray in there. But these are new officers that we've seen behind. They might just be getting some perspective themselves about what they have in front of them. They might be interviewing the officers to find out what they saw in that cab. But it does seem as if that's a new piece of the puzzle.
Right. Also new, we have a crew on the ground there, and that is what you're looking at. To the right of your screen, that's a live picture from one of our cameras. We believe that's, behind those deputy vehicles, where all of the officers are, armed and pointing their guns, their weapons towards the pickup truck. And you can see the gate that we're looking at and the bridge. So yeah, that looks to be his pickup truck in the front.
Yeah, that crew on the ground is directly behind what you're looking at there. They are just up the street. We saw the yellow tape a moment ago, so Air 7 HD is able to get you a shot inside the crime scene. And our ground crew is just outside that crime scene tape. So, if we get a chance, they might be able to talk to some of those residents who are leaving. But we are going to be able to continue to let you know how this all resolves itself. Because it will. At some point, it is going to. And again, we mentioned General Hospital is going to air later. As we continue to follow this, Tamron Hall is going to be on at 1:06 a.m., so you're not going to miss your shows. But for this community in Compton, they are going to want to know how this is going to resolve itself and when it's going to resolve itself as we approach time for a lot of kids to be getting out of school and starting to go home. And there is a heavy law enforcement presence in this neighborhood. You can see all of the sheriff's cars, and that's just in this shot. They are across the wash. They are down the bike path.
I mean, the safety is cool, but like at some point you got to end this shit, right?
Up above that you can see there. So they are surrounding this area. So many people in this area are going to want to know what's happening. Yeah. And this has been going on now for in excess, it's almost 2 hours now since this person was initially tried to be pulled over for reckless driving.
Yeah, they're taking every precaution to keep the community safe. And we're seeing some activity here on the other side of the wash, some people gathering here. I wonder, we're not sure if that's related, but...
well, they don't want them approaching that bridge.
Yep.
You saw them getting the crime scene tape out, so they're probably pulling the crime scene tape again. Again, you're just trying to keep people from getting in that line of fire and at risk. See, the officer pulled the... They're not wanting them to walk next to the wash on that side because that puts them right next to the bridge. And if you think about it, they want to go across that bridge. That bridge is there because it's probably a heavily trafficked area to get back and forth across the wash, and they can't. And you can understand why sheriff's deputies don't want them to, because there are guns pointed right at the mouth of the bridge. And so you can't put people at risk due to this person's.
Sunny California, thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, says, well, I gotta catch up. Mel, congratulations on your new place. Thank you. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you so much. Katrina, 25 bucks. Ah! We gotta talk. Wait, it's been like forever. dude high as F. The police should tell him they have some drugs for him and he'll probably get out. They probably could lure him out with a canteen or like a whole tank of nitrous. Dina, thank you so much for the membership. Mel always got the crazy chases. Love it. Morris, thank you for the 3-month Prime subscription. He's still here. I know, man. Damn, bro. I thought we were just going to be here for like 30 minutes to an hour. I actually thought it was going to be over before it even started. Here we are almost 2 hours later. Matt O.D., thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Emmy, thank you for the 6-month membership. About time I got a notification. What are they doing now? Oh, that tire, I think, is flat.
There. And I don't necessarily know what is
Bring the Bearcat.
needed to move, other than maybe they're just wanting to move that vehicle out of the way. But they are repositioning it, and that vehicle, actually what had happened was
it ran over
he had tried to push that SUV out of the way, and just as a precaution, they backed a second police car, sheriff's vehicle, up against the rear bumper. But when they did that, they actually ran over the spike strip that had been laying down to prevent the suspect from getting away, and they flattened their own tire because they couldn't pull it out of the way. We do want to mention, just again, we mentioned the housekeeping note just a moment ago, but because of this pursuit standoff coverage, Tamron Hall is at 1:06. General Hospital will re-air at 2:06 a.m. Clearly, you're not probably staying up that late if you're up at this hour, but you could set your DVR, but you will not miss the episodes. 1:06 for Tamron Hall, 2:06 for General Hospital. They will be aired in their entirety. Because we've been staying with this so that we can make sure that this community of Compton knows what's going on at this particular standoff.
Right. And again, the video that you are watching to the right of your screen that's live. It's not video. It's live. It's from our camera on the scene there, and you see the sheriff's deputies congregating there. They're just on the left side of your screen. You can see where they are standing. That's the wider picture. And to the right is from the ground crew. So you can see that they're just trying to figure this out and trying to persuade this suspect to turn himself in. We know that we believe there is a crisis negotiator there. In the live picture on the left, you can see that he is again gesturing his hands, trying to communicate or communicating with that driver. Again, just trying to put an end, a stop to this before it escalates into something worse. But it does look like authorities are taking their time with this. There is no rush. They have evacuated, we think. We've seen residents leave, be escorted out of their homes. So we think that was an evacuation, an intentional evacuation. And we've seen that they've closed off streets in the community on the other side of the wash. And there is law enforcement on either side of that bike path. So they're doing everything they can to establish a perimeter and keep the community here safe. But in the meantime, this suspect is being very stubborn. He is not giving in.
Medication.
Well, they
tried to throw water at him, and he was not falling for that either. He won't leave the vehicle.
Well, and as you mentioned, the negotiator is there. And again, we have watched as he continues to inhale from a canister that I believe is still under his left arm, but I can't see it for sure. And it seems to me that it's been a bit since we've actually seen him inhale whatever he has in the canister. I think there for a time he was continually going back to it. He does have the vape still.
Now, yes.
He is still vaping, but periodically we would see him with the blue canister, and it is not a small canister. It is a larger one, but I just can't tell if that's what he's doing now, because we don't have quite the tight shot we had a moment ago. But
he's still taking
it. It's just one of those deals where if they can separate him from his intake, for whatever is causing, whatever is putting him under the influence, if they can separate him from that, I feel like they have a chance to get him out of there. But if he continues to alter his own mental state, then this is just going to continue to do exactly, we're just going to continue to see the exact same thing.
Well, they fired tear gas and pepper balls several times, and that didn't seem to affect him much. I mean, we did see him wipe his face, and he was in distress for a minute, but he has stayed put. This is a video on the right that I was referring to when they sort of, approached the vehicle. There's the pepper spray, we believe. And or tear gas. And
see right there, he grabs it. I think he
is this
throws
the time
it
that he
out. No,
grabs
that's the
it and
first
throws it out?
time.
That's
I believe
the first time. The second time they threw it into the actual,
No, they threw it in. I just think he leaned over and got it and might have just put it right back into the back of his pickup, is what I'm saying. Each time they throw it in there, he grabs it and tosses it.
Yeah. Another time he actually picked it up, threw it out the window.
Now, one thing that I've noticed here, if you look at the live shot there on your left, the sheriff's deputy, or the sheriff's vehicle that was moved because of the flat tire, not because of, but in spite of the back tire, you see the SWAT team there talking to the negotiator. So he's going to be giving them all of the information they need in the event that they want to go in and talk to them. You saw that he was briefing them. Now you see him on the phone walking away. So he's going to be providing all of the information that his
Litter said, are they waiting for him to pass out?
To make the decision as to the next step for these officers. Because the good news on this is that this can be a very measured approach for deputies. They can take steps that are going to protect the person and the community and the officers. And this negotiator, this person who's been talking to him, is basically picking his brain. I mean, he's talking to him, he's trying to get him to end it, but he's also taking a read. He's also asking him about, what he's been doing, why he's here, what's happening. And all of those things are going to play into their decision as to what's next and what will be required to end this. I don't like to say peacefully, because peacefully would not have this in the first place, but less confrontation. It would be, whenever they can end this without anybody getting hurt, that is what they really want.
Right. And we see the crisis negotiator. Again, this is all speculation, but I think it's safe to say he is there to de-escalate the situation and persuade him to come out. We see him on the phone. So maybe there's another request that he has made, and he is holding something. We don't know what that is. Yeah, hard to know. This process could take a long time.
Well,
wow.
It already is taking a long time.
It has, but you can't really. To me, it's a reasonable thing. Why not wait? There's no harm to anyone right now. All of the folks that needed to leave their homes have left their homes, and they've gotten out if that was what they needed to do, or if deputies needed to move them out for their own safety. Either way, the people who live in those homes that we can see there, they at least, let's see, there were a couple with their child, and there were 3 other people. So we've seen 5, 6 people, 7 people leave those 2 houses. We've not seen anyone move out of the house where the dog is in the front yard. But again, the person just continues to use whatever substance he has been using, and it is. You just don't know when he's going to stop that, if he's going to run out at any point and stop it. But he's been vaping quite a bit. He also has the canister, which some people have told us it might be nitrous oxide. It could be anything that is in that canister. So, but he is inhaling it, which clearly we don't, has put him in a place of instability. So now here comes the negotiator again. He's coming back, and he's written some things down, it does appear.
I don't care.
So maybe he's just taking his own notes, but now, you notice the hand on the shoulder. He's going to tell him, I'm here, and he's going to start talking again. So he has something in his hand, something that is black there that's in his hand. It could be a phone. Maybe that's what he's going to be able to provide. But clearly he has tried to engage with the guy again.
Wonder if he's running out.
And again, you and I have so little information, we have to speculate a bit, but maybe he was talking to family, maybe he's getting some details that, some specific words that might trigger the suspect to cooperate. maybe a message from a mother or a father or a sibling. Again, we don't know what's involved here, but it does seem like this crisis negotiator is trying to communicate with him.
Yeah, looks like
and
it.
Persuade him.
Well, he is talking to him. It doesn't seem like the guy's
now.
listening. But he's almost looking into the rearview mirror.
Taking hits
and,
back to back.
Yes.
He could at some point pass out. He could just get tired and fall asleep. I mean, you look at him, and I mean, he's not behaving as he was when we first started the standoff, when he was hanging out of the window, repeatedly inhaling over and over and over. And if in some way he is coming down off of his high, this could be, and that is if, this could be the moment where officers are able to reach him as person to person and convince him to come on out. But if he continues to go back to the addiction, I think it's going to be really difficult for them to get him to come out, because I don't see what would change his behavior at this point.
Yeah. And again, if you are just joining us, it is now 2:41. We're following breaking news in Compton, the end of a police pursuit. Sheriff's deputies in pursuit of the driver in that pickup truck you see there, sort of in the middle of your screen. You likely tuned in to watch General Hospital, and if that's the case, we can tell you that you can watch today's show at 2:06 a.m. here on ABC7. And if you missed Tamron Hall, her show will air, was it at 1:06 a.m.?
Tamron 106, General Hospital 206.
And General Hospital at 2:06. But right now, again, we continue to follow this breaking news, and we've been following this since about 1 o'clock, so going on 2 hours here. The driver of this pickup truck driving through streets recklessly, we are told that is the reason why authorities tried to get him to stop, and he was evading authorities there, deputies. And they tried 3 times to stop him with a pit maneuver, and they laid a few spike strips as well. That did not work. He ended up at the end of, was it Poplar and Wilmington? That's.
Listen to Fox a little bit. Dick said that supposedly Fox said there's an armored vehicle around the corner.
Here on scene, I have yet to see the armored vehicle. It may be around the block, but how are they going to get that in there? These deputies have a lot of problem solving to do to get that suspect out of there safely.
Yeah, so they're bringing
and
an
right
armed
now,
vehicle
it is
for this
really
guy?
just a
He's not even
huge
armed?
waiting game, huh?
I'm wondering, Stu, could you
he's
perhaps give us that wider shot again to show the neighborhood? How much of the neighborhood is affected here? The whole street there. We're at Poplar Street in Wilmington. And then you see that greater neighborhood with the sheriff's department blocking off that road there. Imagine if you are the residents, you're trying to come home, your kids are trying to come home after school, you're trying to go somewhere, run some errands, and now you're blocked off because you have this very, very long standoff. Stu, you covered a lot there. For anybody who didn't see what happened here with the 2 attempts at a pit maneuver, the pepper ball sprayed, the blocked-in vehicle there, where if he drives forward, he goes into a wash.
Go forward, man.
Like you said, a lot of action's been taken to try to stop this, and some viewers might think, not enough. Why couldn't they stop him during the pit maneuver?
That's true. He did dodge.
Well, you know, if anybody's watching,
while high, outmaneuvered the cops while inhaling this
one of the pit maneuvers
Nitrious.
where he was at that intersection, they did the pit maneuver, and then other deputies were using their vehicles to block him in or try to block him in. He wove through there. He collided at least with one of those vehicles. So it wasn't on lack of effort. It was the idea of safety. It was and when I say that, the safety was actually that suspect. They didn't want to injure that suspect, and that suspect clearly has no concern for himself and or anybody around him, even though he was stopping at the red lights, which
cleaning off the mirror.
Right now, he continues to abuse himself down there with that nitrous gas. We watched him earlier on. I mean, the vape pens, they might be THC, they might not be, but we did see him smoking something earlier on. I would venture to say that was marijuana. But, you know, I'm literally, my hope is that he's just going to exhaust himself. He's going to pass out, and then these deputies can just kind of make their way over there and take him into custody. But how, if that doesn't happen, how are they going to do it? That's really difficult, and again, that's one of those situations where, you know, I'm glad I'm the guy in the helicopter watching and talking about it and not having to make those decisions down there, how they're going to get him out. I've talked to people in the past where they've said, well, why don't the deputies just walk up over there and open the door and yank that guy out? Well, would you do it? That's my simple question. You know, you just don't know. You don't know what that guy's got in the car or the truck, and you also don't know how desperate he is. Well, he might grab you and drive into the wash. You know,
he might grab you and drive into the wash. So he's saying that he would grab and hold onto one of the cops and then bring him into the water with him. I think they just should have did some more gas or stuff. Like, they backed up as soon as they started rolling up the window. I guess I know they have to be safe, but those little tear things or pepper balls were kind of light. They didn't really do nothing. They didn't phase him much.
Calmly, I don't know. I want to bring back in our guest, retired Chief of Sheriff's Special Operations from the Sheriff's Department. You know this job very well, James Hemmel.
They should have yanked him out of that shit by the window.
And if we want to re-wrap that tape again and show that attempted pit maneuver once or twice, we can have you weigh in on that, because some viewers might think, well, how come they couldn't stop this guy?
Yes, for many years, actually, the Sheriff's Department had removed the pit maneuver as.
That was so wild to me how he maneuvered through here, and still I feel like these cars. How many? 6 cop cars, 7 cop cars.
They're trying to actually get that reenacted for safety.
Oh, well, inhaling his balloon.
Times you would have a position of advantage, where in other words you would have an opportunity away from people, away from schools, and you can actually do a pit maneuver. And what we saw here is perfect timing by the deputies. They did it in a manner where if the person lost control of the vehicle, it wouldn't likely result in an injury to other people. So those are the considerations that deputies must make when they enact that pit maneuver. And I'm glad to see that they took those precautions into account. Because if there was pedestrians walking around or other vulnerable drivers, then that would be a time.
Is that going to give us more time?
And yeah, I saw in one of the shots there were some pedestrians, some women on the sidewalk there. And then also, I know we're concerned, Jim, also about the suspect trying to carjack somebody. We've seen the attempt at that a number of times. Now, you know, Stu had made the point, might this guy just pass out? I don't know what calming substances he has taken that he is able to just sit there like that calmly. And I'm thinking with negotiators, Jim, do you perhaps try to talk to him about family, children, spouse, loved ones who care about this person coming home?
The nitrous is not, I don't think it's going to make you go crazy.
To have the crisis negotiators,
I mean, unless you're taking something else, mixing it.
Behavior, and trying to talk reason to this individual. But unfortunately, all too often what we see are individuals who are not making sense. And it can be from mental illness, as you mentioned earlier, or the, intoxication, whatever that substance is. If, in fact, it is nitrous oxide or something to that effect, that provides a euphoric sort of feeling, which would really make a lot of this feel like a bad dream to this individual rather than reality. So even speaking to that is going to be a consideration that the crisis negotiators will have to introduce into their equation.
Right. Yeah. So a rational discussion with someone like that might have no effect whatsoever. Well, we could be here, I guess, a long time looking now at the neighborhood there, Sky Fox giving us that wider shot. And now we're here on the closer look here. Jim, as we're watching this, Stu used the word restraint. Deputies using restraint. Is that what you feel you're seeing here? And how long do we wait this out? It's going to be coming up soon on, you know, dinner hour for people. It's been that would be all afternoon if we hit 5 o'clock.
What I'm watching here is commendable restraint by our sheriff's deputies, and it should be a reminder to many people that we can always strive to do better, and I believe the sheriff's department is in that category, even when mistakes are made. But it should serve as a reminder that reverence for human life is at the top of the priority, and it's evidenced by what we're watching here, because certainly if we were not acting as a professional organization, or if the sheriff's department was not, there are other measures that could be taken.
So there's the possibility that might be, let's just disengage, he'll stop eventually and come out. I mean, who knows? We don't know what their tactics are. They're not talking to us, but they're talking to each other. And there's certainly, that even looks like a different negotiator now. There's one with a hat, and this one does not have a hat. So it does seem as if they're both there. The guy in the hat's behind,
yes,
and it looks as if another guy, so they may be both talking to him now.
He's
Because they're
still
both wearing
inhaling.
a different kind of
He
shirt.
doesn't seem bothered or phased or anything.
The black polo. But it doesn't
So they have two
look as if,
negotiators?
This is the negotiator. Walk in on the, if you look there to the right, that is the initial person who was talking to him, and he has walked away for a bit.
Well, actually,
Nope, you're right. Yeah.
picture on
I'm
the
sorry.
left,
You're
you
right.
see both of them standing side by side. But I want to get to Bruce Thomas. He's
they got
joining
two
us once
negotiators.
again. Bruce, I'm not sure if you have watched what's transpired here, which hasn't been much, really. We're still sort of in the same place since the last time we spoke to you. But any other thoughts or insight on this?
What we've seen now is we've seen the Special Enforcement Bureau, the SWAT guys, have now responded. The big helicopter you saw was Air 5, which probably brought some additional assets into the situation. And SWAT is going to take over the operations. At this point, it is a wait and see, but at some point, this is going to have to change.
Send SWAT
Do you
in,
tell
yeah.
in
Are they backing off
negotiator,
that?
is the negotiator,
Wow.
will he tell him you have a couple
backing
options
off.
here, or will they just come and surprise him and use measures that don't let him know what's coming?
Yeah, you don't want to allude to anything you're going to do, such as a use of force. However, they are going to tell him, look, you are going to ultimately end up going to jail. Why don't we just end this whole thing? We got you water. We got you things you wanted. Got you a phone.
He's like, oh shit, they're leaving. It worked. They just backed off.
So, I mean,
Yeah, I think it was when I think David was talking about earlier, they tossed water to him, I think.
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
something.
Yes.
yeah, we saw them toss water, but
Yes.
I've not seen him.
I think Bruce was saying just in general, sometimes
Yeah,
they'll give
okay.
a phone. We haven't seen any evidence of that, but maybe we missed it. Hard to know. But also I was thinking, is it likely that they're trying to reach his family, and maybe get their help to de-escalate this?
Yeah, that's entirely possible. You run the license plate, send somebody to the house.
Gotta be hot as shit out there, yeah.
Hopefully, that is a good address that they can talk to.
All right, we're coming up on 2 hours, bruh. It looks like they've receded, backed off. Maybe they're coming up with another plan. Maybe they're waiting for something. I don't know. And this dude is just chilling, unfazed, taking multiple hits, still hitting the shit again.
And everybody said, oh, that's kind of a dumb question. No, is he rational? Is he irrational? We know he's intoxicated, he's been using drugs. So at this point, if you feel you've gone as far as you can go, meaning the crisis negotiator, the CNT team, then at that point the SWAT guys will say, okay, we've gone as far as we can.
Yeah, send the
now
SWAT in.
we will put our plan into play.
Should have been
Well,
over
Bruce,
40 minutes ago.
I don't know if you can see
Hour and a half ago.
the camera shot, but they have changed some tactics that I would like to know what you think. Every officer has pulled back except for now. It does seem the SWAT guys are moving closer. Even they moved forward, and they're all of the regular, I want to call them regular deputies, short of knowing what I should call them appropriately, they've pulled back. There's no one around the vehicle anymore, and it does appear as if SWAT is, in your words, taking control here. Is that what I'm seeing when I see everybody stepping back from the vehicle?
Yeah, what they are formulating, ideally when they move the other patrol car back, they want to bring the Bearcat in to lock the suspect's vehicle in, but in this case they can't because, as we've seen before, the suspect puts the pickup truck in reverse, smokes the tires, and backs into that patrol car. So they don't want to give him that out. But, yes, the SWAT guys have replaced all the regular patrol deputies on the scene, and at this point it's a SWAT operation.
And what would they do next, do you think?
Just go and
pull
his ass out from the
SWAT
window.
guys come with various tools. The less lethal, the pepper balls, the tear gas rounds that they've had before, maybe even asking to deploy the robot, to deploy Andros, like we saw in the LAPD operation earlier, where they want to try to get up to the vehicle and put a flashbang in, maybe something
flashbang his ass,
so that the suspect just jumps out of that vehicle. They can do a swarm technique and take him into custody.
We saw deputies escort some residents, but they have been using the property quite a bit, going through there. Is it likely that they're strategizing to have some sort of activity come? Maybe there's I'm speculating, I don't know, but maybe have access to the vehicle from that property? Maybe have some other, I don't know. Some other.
Yeah, Giovanna, that's a great question, a great thought. Ideally, when you have an operation like this, even though we believe the suspect is not armed, you want to take the normal citizenry, the normal residents, take them out of the problem, so they've asked them to leave voluntarily. And like you said, use the property as a vantage point, maybe to see inside the vehicle, to gain a fire position if possible. So, those are all things that are transpiring.
Okay.
Why would you not, since you have such access to this guy, we've seen them approach him through the passenger side multiple times, why would you not use a flashbang? It seems as if with all of the pepper,
there's the Bearcat, baby. Let's go.
The cat that you were talking about. But why would you not just toss one of those stun grenades in there? Would it potentially cause him more harm than necessary?
Yeah.
Because of close quarters?
Thought. Yeah, great thought. You're inducing an explosives basically into a very small cabin of a vehicle. And that can cause the cabin to catch fire, which becomes another problem for the officers. And also you can injure the suspect. And ultimately, and I know this is counterintuitive when I say it, but we're not here to hurt the suspect. We want to end this in a peaceful manner with the minimal amount of force being used.
Giovanna is going to step out, and Colleen Sullivan is going to join us as we are approaching Eyewitness News at 3 o'clock. I'm Philip Palmer, and we are watching Breaking News. We're talking with Bruce Thomas right now as the sheriff's deputies bring in the SWAT. Is this with this situation, he's not really impacting the community at large. He's not hurt himself yet. And as you mentioned, you don't want to cause any harm. How long can you wait on something like this? And what would be the impetus to say, okay, enough is enough, as we see deputies approach right now?
Well, I think we've been on this for almost 2 hours now. And the fact that you just said it's not impacting the public per se, it's not in the main street, but you are seeing the deputies approach. And I fully believe that there is going to be a resolution on this, that they're going to have to go in, open up the door, drag this guy out, and take him into custody. At this point, I think they've waited long enough.
Well, we see the SWAT officers approach so that they could take something out of that sheriff's vehicle, and then now they are retreating again. So it is interesting. He turns around and watches. But what also is interesting is that he's monitoring them by looking in his rearview mirror that is there on the side of the driver's side. When they come from that other side, it's a lot harder for him to see what they're doing, because if you can just see, he's looking in that rearview mirror. And then when they start coming from the other side, it's a lot harder for him to see what they're doing, because if you can just see, he's looking in that rearview mirror. And then when they start coming from the other side, he can't look everywhere. He can't look everywhere at the same time. So it is interesting how they approach in different manners, never in the same way.
Action.
And they do have the negotiator. When he's talking, he's always over there to our screen right.
Bearcat, where's that Bearcat at?
Yeah,
Must be at the end
what
of the
I
street.
thought they were going to do is get a driver into that sheriff's patrol car and swap it out with the Bearcat, which gives them a tactical advantage to look down into the vehicle, a fire position sort of. But they may not be able to do that, but I thought that was what they were going to do.
Well, they you know what, Bruce? I mean, they still could, because I'm not quite sure from our on the ground shot where the Bearcat was, but they still have the possibility of moving the disabled sheriff's vehicle, which we've seen, the one that is perpendicular to the scene. That one's got a flat tire. They ran over the spike strip with the second vehicle we see there. So they could be moving it out. It does look as if, Bruce, they positioned that so that there's a better protection for the officers as they're mustering there, and they can approach a little more safely in that circumstance. But, I mean, they would have to.
I wonder what his reaction is going to be when he sees that big-ass Bearcat rolling up down the road. Because I'm thinking they could just pull that vehicle up right next to him and just, I don't know, do what they got to do.
Yeah, as a supervisor, I'd be like, okay, it's got a flat tire. You know what? Let's just move it. Let's move it. Let's get the Bearcat in position. Let's put our plans into play here.
Yeah. Hi, Bruce Thomas. Colleen Sullivan join you. As always, thank you for giving us your insight in on this one, because we've been watching this for quite some time, where that driver really does not look like he is in any rush to get out of that pickup truck. But again, you know, Philip said something a while back, about 45 minutes ago, and he said, you know, you had touched on it earlier, that they, you know, police use their canines as another tool of getting suspects to surrender. Because of all the pepper spray and tear gas and possibly whatever this person is also consuming, would a canine not be really an option because it might be too dangerous?
Great point. I won't use the word dangerous. I'll say more of a hindrance to the dog, as a distraction with the pepper ball and the tear gas in that vehicle. That may not be a viable option at this point. However, as the vehicle vents itself with the windows open, that now comes back into play. And as we've talked about before, canines are another tool. Yes, it looks pretty bad when a canine goes into a situation like that, and unfortunately may bite the suspect. But ultimately, it's a pain compliance type of bite. In other words, if you stop biting, the dog stops biting.
Right. There we go.
For.
Yeah.
And here comes the Bearcat.
Yeah, you can see a lot of activity.
Now he's approaching, and we'll see what happens with the somewhat disabled vehicle. They were able to move it, but it does have a flat tire there on the front, we think, because it did look as if he drove over the spike strip. And that, come on. It doesn't immediately cause a problem, but it will cause it to go flat, and it did look like it was going flat. So now they have further resources in place. And Bruce, I liked what you said, the vantage point of being able to look down on the vehicle. When they approached and they threw the tear gas into the passenger side, is there an officer, because we saw they had 4 or 5 officers coming up, is there one officer whose job is to kind of watch the interior to identify anything that might be in there that could be used as a weapon? Do you have individual assignments in that manner so that you can try to get more information out of the cab of that vehicle?
Yes, great point. As a supervisor, I'm on scene. I am orchestrating what is going on. I am telling deputies.
Ashley, thank you so much for the super chat. Says congrats on your new place. Thank you, appreciate that. Kelly, thank you so much for the super chat. Says congratulations on the place. Love and prayers for you and your precious girl. And Allie P, I guess you're not going to the gym now. Thanks for putting us first. Thanks. Well, my mother's here. She actually pulled up a little bit ago. So whenever this ends, I'm gonna get off and chill a little bit with her. But I can go to the gym whenever. Apparently, it's just amazing. And I got a new couch coming Monday.
He says being put in position here to get this suspect to surrender. But again, when we see this sort of behavior of the suspect, yes, of course, they were involved in a pursuit. But now that they're sitting here, and they're not doing anything. It's certainly, we have seen very active neighborhoods when there's a really active pursuit. We've seen them quite often lately. But then we see this gentleman who is sitting in his car, and he is going to get taken into custody, but it just seems like they're trying to figure out how to get him into custody without obviously injuring him or any officers. And what do you think? What the Bearcat, it's going to go beside it. How is this going to give a better vantage point for the officers, since the officers seem to keep going right next to this vehicle with a shield?
Yeah, ultimately what they're going to do is they're going to swap out the Bearcat for that patrol vehicle, which is at the rear of the pickup truck. The problem lies, you have a very narrow street with cars on both sides, and you have a very big vehicle. The Bearcat is a heavy-duty armored vehicle. And when they move that patrol car, does that now cause the suspect to put the vehicle back in gear and back up, endangering the officers? Or are they going to try to deploy a spike strip to the rear or something like that?
Well, it feels like that Bearcat's been driving up forever. I don't know if they're rolling an old clip or it's actually driving up now. Just an old clip. Oh, there it is. What the heck? What they doing? Oh, shit. Are they going to try to get around?
That maybe he had run out of whatever substance that he had been inhaling, but you saw just a moment ago that he did still have it. There's 2 Bearcats there now, Bruce. So even if they do pull him, that may be one reason why all of the patrol officers remove themselves, is because they are going to move this vehicle, and they do know he's going to probably take off backwards. But he's not going anywhere with those Bearcats. They had 2 of them. So he can't, even if he did run into some other people because he's going backwards, he can't really steer it, because we saw something, either a rod or maybe the spike strip that's wrapped around the wheels on the other side. We can't see it right now, but you could just see a slight bit of it on the ground there from the passenger side. So there is something that's disabled his vehicle as far as being able to steer or move. So he's not going anywhere. I mean, I'm surprised they had 2 Bearcats in this close quarters.
Yeah, but however, that is how our Special Enforcement Bureau rolls. It is a SWAT call-out, and so they will roll multiple Bearcats out. In addition to other resources, they may even roll out a command post if they believe this is going to be a protracted operation.
Doesn't it kind of seem like it is a protracted operation right now, Bruce? We've been on this for quite some time. We've been on air for about 2 hours. This started just before 1 o'clock. With a, driving recklessly, and obviously probably you can see there on the right-hand side the pursuit taking place, but the driver, Philip, correct me if I'm wrong, it didn't seem like they were taking really chancy driving, erratic.
Do you think they would drive this Bearcat through this person's driveway into the front yard and burst through the side gate, or break the side gate of the side wood just to come around on the side of him? Is that kind of like too much?
Was most reckless, was trying to get away from the pit. Like this scene right here that you're watching, he sat at that intersection for the duration of the light until he got the arrow. Then when he went forward, they pitted him, trying to get him to stop, and he just kept driving away. This is a moving example of what's happening right now, in the sense that he just won't do what they're telling him to do. He would stop at stop signs. He would drive through intersections reasonably, but he was not going to stop. And now here he is, and he just simply refuses to get out of the vehicle.
Ocean Girl said, 2 Bearcats, 500 cops, 1 guy. Ridiculous. It'd be funny, like, at the end of this, he just gets up. He's like, all right, you can take me. Like, he had nothing on him. He just, hey, all right, just take me.
This driver's facing, so many charges at this point. But
yeah, about tomorrow.
When the police get involved and then they do the pit maneuver, does he get charged for any sort of, I mean, they have to start trying to figure out what charges does this person actually face, because he was obviously driving erratically, and now you see him, we don't know what suspect. He could just have a nicotine, vape. I mean, people smoke like that as well. So we don't really know what what substance, if this driver is under any substance. But again, police are able to sort of ascertain exactly what's going on because they've been on this for so long.
Yeah. To your case in point, you do have the misdemeanor driving under the influence probably. You do have the pursuit, failure to yield to a pursuit. And then if we saw on the footage on the right, when they showed you earlier, when they did a pit maneuver, he would squeeze through the patrol cars and actually hit them. So in theory, you actually have assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer, a felony crime, a level 1 felony crime, which ultimately leads us to the higher degree of operations on this because you have a felony. No longer do you have just misdemeanors.
Well, and let's also not forget, to your point, Colleen, it's not just the vaping in the sense that we saw him huffing in a balloon. I mean, so whatever substance is in that canister for the chase, so there's some sort of illegal usage of a controlled substance, probably. So there's that as well. But that was an odd part of the chase that we were noticing when it was happening, was he's driving around reasonably, but he's got this monstrous balloon with him that he continued to fill up, inhale it, fill it up, inhale it. And then once he got to the place where he is now, he just ditched the balloon, and now he just breathes straight out of the canister that he has there. And it's a large canister. I've been told that sometimes people are using the nitrous oxide, for whipped cream and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This looks like something you use to fill balloons up. It's that kind of a large container, which you can see it in the cab. That he was really using it quite frequently at the outset of this standoff right here. But for the chase, he was using a balloon. He was driving around with a balloon.
Bruce, what do you have you come across any sort of what are you thinking he's inhaling?
I would go along with that. I was going to ask, and then I'll get back to your points, if Air 7 HD possibly can use that zoom little lens to see what he is exactly doing inside that cab. We're not going to give away any secrets. We're not.
We have a different helicopter, apparently, Bruce, so we can't quite zoom in like we normally do. But you saw the canister just there again. You see that large canister that he breathed out of and then put it down.
Like a hookah.
Yeah, I'm going to go with what Colleen said, I believe, the nitrous oxide, or you might have said that, Philip. That's what he's doing, and he is ultimately high on that, and that's not going to change. And that just compounds the problem because he is not in the right state of mind.
Well, and it's not changing because he continues to use. It would be one thing if it was an empty canister now, and he would just be sitting there and eventually begin to sober up, in a manner of speaking. Yes, I mean, at some point you do sober up, but if he continues to huff, I mean, if he just continues to use it over and over, nothing changes. And here comes the Bearcat.
Maybe got another canister in that thing too.
Now it'll be interesting to see how you have these cars that are parked. This is obviously a narrow street, and then you can see the barrier, so cars can't obviously go over and crash into the wash. So these are tight quarters right here, Bruce.
Yeah, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to get that Bearcat to replace that patrol vehicle. And like we just talked about, it's a very tight street. The cars on both sides. It's going to be tricky, but that's what they want to do, and so they're going to do that.
I wonder if this
How much is this?
I wonder if he's starting to panic now. He sees this big ass Bearcat out there behind him. He looks like he's looking behind him more too. He's like, oh shit, what are they out to, man?
Bearcat and that SUV is remarkable, and he's not going to be able to see as much. He hasn't been able to move for over an hour, but by putting that Bearcat there, he's not going to be able to see him either. Is that part of what they want to do, or is that just a product of what they're doing?
Yes, definitely. You're 100% right. If he can look back and see what's going on, maybe he comes up with some other mindset. But the fact that the officers are shielded from his view and they're formulating their plan, bringing whatever tools of the trade to bear, he can't see that now. So ultimately, that does work out for the deputy's favor. But also, as we talked about, having that turret, that position of fire, we'll call it, where they can look down and maybe inject more less lethal rounds, maybe from a shotgun, more pepper ball rounds, and ultimately maybe more tear gas.
Yeah.
I think the amazing thing about what you just said about using more is how much they used already. Right. I mean, they fired dozens of pepper ball rounds into the cab of that vehicle. And that is a closed space. You can see the residue on the dash. All of that white there is from the rounds of pepper spray they used. They also tossed the tear gas canisters in there. Now, I believe he kept grabbing them and tossing them out. We saw him throw one out. I think he might have dumped one into the back of the pickup truck. But still, Bruce, that pepper spray, one of those is horrible. And that much, I just don't understand how he can sit it. I do think they might have just given up thinking that that's not going to work. And maybe they haven't used that much more, but they've used a lot.
Yeah, the pepper ball rounds that we're talking about, it's a regular paintball round, and it has the oil capsicum resin, or the OC spray, that uses pepper spray in essence, and talcum powder, and that's used to kind of create a fog curtain so that the OC spray takes effect. But for him to just sit in there and take that, I can tell you, even just deploying it and being near it just wipes you out. So I am just blown away by the suspect's ability to take those rounds.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about it earlier. It seemed like we had a negotiator on the scene trying to get the suspect to surrender. You see him, Philip, doing whatever you were just talking about, and you can see the canister right there. I was trying to read about the effects of this sort of drug, and it says it's a very quick high, but of course I don't, you know, and you can purchase nitrous oxide.
Well, let's ask Bruce. I mean, if you're talking about a substance that's just getting you a quick high, does this I would think that if it's a lingering effect, that's going to be, you know, that affects them because it sticks around for a long time. If it's just a quick high, I mean, how does that change things?
Well, you know, we talked about, you know, the nitrous oxide. Yeah, it's available to purchase. You can also, you know, as you were talking about huffing from the spray cans that was very, very big, you know, in the 70s and 80s.
I'm telling you, back in the day.
The high lasts for a while. It's like you're buzzed. You're under the influence, and that can last for a couple of hours.
Yeah, it just says that, you know, that users will huff or sniff it, and it's a fast high. So I don't know what type of what kind of behavior somebody would sort of exhibit if they are using something like this. We did see the person looking like they had a vaping pen, but of course we don't know what was inside that, if it was just nicotine or if it was, you know, marijuana. We don't know. And again, that's what law enforcement is trying to figure out. But again, we were also talking, Bruce, we don't see this suspect on the phone. So I know that we're seeing the negotiator on the phone quite often, but I don't believe that negotiator's talking to this person on the phone.
Yeah, the negotiator may be talking back to his office, trying to say, hey, we need a patrol car to go to this address that the vehicle is registered to. Make contact with the people there, hopefully family members. Maybe they can give us a little more insight into this individual's mindset. And ultimately, they may even ask them to go with them to the scene to talk to this suspect. I mean, I think the officers know, and I hate to make assumptions, but this guy is not armed with a deadly weapon.
It does, because we talked about that. They've been able to walk up and look into the cab. There's not, you can't ever make with 100% certainty some sort of speculation like that. But you've got a pretty good idea. Plus, I would assume his behavior is such.
2.5 hours.
You know, they're not talking to him anymore. The negotiators that we've seen are back there talking to the SWAT officers who are behind the Bearcat. So. Do you disengage at some point, Bruce? I mean, is there a step where you go, okay, enough, we're not going to talk to him for a little while and let him sit over there and think? I mean, is that a tactic?
It can be. The crisis negotiator or the CNT team member has made the decision that, you know what, I'm not getting anywhere with him. He's irrational. He's yelling at me, whatever. He's not doing the things I would ask him to do. So I'm going to give him some time and distance to think about things. Maybe I will reengage, or maybe the CNT deputy has told SWAT, you know what, I can't go any further with this. Ultimately, it's now your handle.
Yeah, and then when you bring out the Special Enforcement Bureau, what is, you know, how that sort of triggers a whole new set of rules and it sort of elevates the situation. What is it that they're seeing that with this person that they would need to bring out the Special Enforcement Bureau?
Well, what you have is what we call a 927B, or a barricaded suspect. You have a suspect which could be in a house, it could be in a shed, it could be in a vehicle. They do not want to comply. They are not getting out of the vehicle. And so ultimately now it becomes a barricade, and that's SWAT specialty. That's what they train for. Ultimately, the high arrest situations, search warrants, this type of situation. And so they're there now to take over the problem, as we'll call that, and bring it to a resolution.
Yeah, I'm also surprised to see, you know, we know schools get out. They are getting out of school now, many of the children, and we haven't seen a lot of kids walking around this area. We saw people being escorted from their homes, probably to possibly collect their children. We know that Air 7 HD has been overhead with one of the helicopters. We know that Chris Christie has also arrived on the scene. And Chris, what are you seeing at your vantage point?
Hey there, guys. Yeah, just getting my first glimpse of this ongoing situation here. Obviously, the suspect refusing to come out after I'm just listening to you guys about all the tear gas that has been pumped in there, pepper balls and the like, and it almost seems like it's had no impact on him, the way he's just sitting there somewhat nonchalantly. It does look like there's some occasional communication going on, perhaps. I'm not sure if you guys have seen him on the cell phone yet, but just looking at the posture here, you can see those SEB units behind that Bearcat appear to be strategizing and trying to figure out what their next steps are going to be here. The one thing I can tell you, knowing whether that, without knowing whether that vehicle is still capable of moving, it certainly appears disabled for some reason. He came to a stop here, but there's not really anywhere for him to go, I think, is the larger point. They have both sides of that bike path completely blocked off, so that's not really an option for him. There's actually some degree of water in the wash there, and that's it. So we're just to the west of Wilmington along West Poplar Drive. They have a pretty secluded area to work with here without the risk of crossfire or anything like that.
Jesus Christ.
So it's really up to them. I mean, they have time on their side here to take this as long as he is willing to play games here. At some point, they're going to have to make a decision whether they want to use some more force. But, you know, they could sit here all night long, as Bruce has been saying, and bring out a whole command post to babysit this guy all night. But it's just a matter of what they know and what we don't know in terms of, you know, what other threat is he posing in there? Does he have a weapon? I'm not sure if we've already discussed that. Do you guys know if he's armed? Certainly.
We don't. There's no 100% certainty, but we do know that they have approached that vehicle so frequently and so closely that I'm certain, and Bruce Thomas had agreed, that they've got a pretty good idea as what's in the cab. They were able to look in. I can tell you that from your shot, what we saw just a moment ago is just another little thing that is being done, and that was removing the dog from the grass. You know, they removed the people. The dog across the street had been there throughout the duration, just kind of casually laying in the front yard. And in your shot, we saw a deputy take the dog and remove the dog. So I'm saying that from the sense that, as Bruce has been talking about this is a SWAT operation, and everything is going to be in place so that no one else gets hurt. There is no other problem. You see that the Bearcat is parked in the yard, so maybe they were just moving the dog so that the dog doesn't run away and become a problem. Who knows? But the patrol deputies did move back away from the vehicle. SWAT came in. They put the Bearcat in. They have clearly taken over, which Bruce told us that's what they were doing, but they've also kind of removed the negotiator from direct communication with this person. They were right next to him. They were actually able to talk back and forth, but they have now moved back as well. So I don't know if that is a sign, if Bruce is with us still, I don't know if that's a sign that there is an indication that they might be getting ready to move forward, but they are seeming to move all of the obstacles out of their way.
Yeah, the only obstacle left, I think.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
I was just going to say to Philip's point, it looks like SWAT is formulating a plan, and they are going to tactically approach this vehicle and render this situation neutral.
And then, Chris, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, my guess, and I wonder if Bruce would agree here, that when they do decide to make move, I wonder if they will actually put that Bearcat in reverse and replace that Interceptor SUV with the Bearcat to kind of bring that Bearcat as close to the vehicle as possible. That might be an indication, and oftentimes we do see that, but might be an indication that they're getting ready to move in and get that arrest team even closer to the...
Wow. Amazing. Crime Solver, thank you for the super chat, says they won't send in real canines. They will send in balloon dogs. They need to send something. Valley Girl says Jocko would have handled this an hour ago. Un petit je un nasisquo. Thank you for the super chat, says let's support Mel before streaming this long chase. Thank you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you guys coming hanging out with me. Please hit the like button, subscribe. Tomorrow we're doing a giveaway, so make sure you come tomorrow evening. I think it's at 6 or 7 tomorrow. We're doing a giveaway stream. We'll have some fun, watch some videos. River Pete, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. And I mean, I don't know how much longer they're going to go with
by
this.
squealing the tires and smoking them. He's going to back up into the Bearcat, and that may just ramp up the whole thing to a situation which they don't want. So they may just leave it and have to approach anyway.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, especially if we are not confident that that vehicle is disabled. I know there was some talk earlier. I was listening to the coverage of a spike strip. Was it a successful spike? Have we been able to get a good look? I'm having a hard time seeing through the fence here. Are those front tires flat, or are they still?
No, we do believe the spike strip damaged one of the patrol cars, the SUV that is in the driveway. It did appear he had a flat. What we think happened on the passenger side is that spike strip or some sort of bar is jammed in there, and he can't go anywhere but backwards. But if they moved that SUV, he has shown every indication that he will drop it in reverse and he will floor it. Yeah. So I got to think that they believe he will try to move that vehicle as soon as they move that Interceptor. He's shown that he's tried before.
Essentially, they kind of have him where they want him. He's pretty much boxed in for all intents and purposes. I think then that just begs the question, from what angle do they want to approach and make sure they have all their bases covered just in case he somehow gets out of the vehicle and tries to run on.
I wonder maybe if they don't know if he's armed or not, I guess. I mean, you'd swear this guy had a bomb or something the way they're treating him, or some sort of chemical agent in that shit.
You know, we were watching earlier coverage, and it did look like authorities put something, wedged something in the front passenger.
Wasn't the thing with the guy that shot 3 cops shorter than this, or about the same time?
We don't know what it is. Is it a spike strip rolled up and put there? We don't know, but we have seen this driver absolutely floor it when thinking that they were going to be able to push that cruiser behind the pickup truck, which didn't work at all.
During the pursuit, when they threw the spike strip under him,
he actually made contact with that black and white? Has he actually?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
If
you see, Chris, you can see the black in front of the rear wheel. That is rubber. That's how far he has been able to move the vehicle by going in reverse. He had him smoking to the point where briefly we thought he might catch those tires on fire just due to overheating. But we did see during the chase when they threw the spike strip in front of him, it stayed under the truck.
What? Trying to slip in a quick ad. I get it. Just taking forever. You got to make some, you know what I'm saying? Some TV shit.
So obviously we know there was a second pit right there.
River P, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. River P, again with the super chat. Show us some love. Hit the like button. Please, please. Thank you. River P, thank you again, man. Back to back. Thank you, River P. Thanks for the super chat. Love. I feel like I'm going to go need like something, man. Go get a drink or something. Jesus Christ. We still here? One of my friends said I cleaned. What she said? I swept, vacuumed, mopped, cleaned one of the bathrooms, cleaned one of the small hallways. This dude still hasn't run out of nitrous.
to see how this comes to an end. My team's going to stay with me, Rick Dickert. And if we have Assistant Sheriff James Hemmel willing to stick around, giving up his Thursday to give perspective, we'd like to see how this comes to an end. We do know there's been greater activity with those armored rescue vehicles, those Bearcats brought into play there. We don't know if at some point law enforcement's going to say, we're going to move in here. We're going to take action. The driver can't go forward. There's a wash there. Can't back up.
Damn,
we will, again, send you to the web, foxla.com. We want to thank everybody for sticking with us as we watch what's playing out here in our community with our law enforcement as they try to bring this to a close. We would think that it wouldn't go on this long, but this guy's been able to sit it out and wait it out. And there he is sitting in their car and from time to time sucking on whatever he's sucking on. There's that tank. All right, so I'm Christine Devine here at Fox 11 News. Of course, Fox 11 is back on at 5 o'clock. Join myself and Alex Michelson. We'll have full coverage. In the meantime, we'll continue this right here and be with you throughout this, foxla.com. All right, thanks for being with us. I'm Christine Devine, Fox 11 News. We continue to watch a standoff with a suspected DUI driver. We've been here since 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In case you're just joining us on the web, foxla.com, we thank you for being with us. With our coverage here to see how this plays out. What's been happening more recently is that Bearcat right there, that armored vehicle, armored rescue vehicle, as they call it.
There's got to be something more, right? This guy, is it like an ex-operative, ex-CIA or some shit? Like, there's got to be more to this guy with the tree stumps and this little pickup thing, huffing on this gas shit, driving like a maniac, somehow evading 12, 15 cop cars, surviving like 3 pit maneuvers. He has to be like a super agent, and so they're just approaching this as the most liberal, peaceful, non-aggressive, non-approachive, non-whatever way possible.
Way here, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. There you go, different shot there. There's that tank. I mean, eventually, you got to wonder if that tank runs out. Okay, this is something I haven't really seen.
Hanging out the shit, too.
Rickard, are you watching this here with his arms out of the vehicle there?
Yeah, whether or not that's just his reaction to feeling how he's feeling as he continues to suck into that tank, or if he's actually trying to show deputies that, okay, here's my arms, but I think it is clearly just him being a bit lethargic there and under the influence of what he's been sucking on that, out of that tank there. Again, Poplar Street here. If you're just joining us online, thank you very much. This is in the community of Compton. A standoff here. And when we mention SEB from the LA County Sheriff's Department, that's the acronym for the Special Enforcement Bureau. And they are special because they handle high-risk tactical operations involving things like this: barricades, hostage situations, high-risk warrant situations here. This Poplar Street is a dead end into Compton Creek. Compton Creek runs north-south. There's a bike path on the east side of that creek there. They've essentially set up a containment. The deputies have surrounded the area, keeping everybody out of harm's way. There's a pedestrian bridge crossing over that creek, but the road dead ends right there, and that's where this pursuit did create that situation in which it did end there. Nearby, and we're still trying to get information about General Benjamin Davis Jr. Middle School, just a block to the east of this location, off of Wilmington and Poplar. If that school is on lockdown, or if those students have been able to leave the campus there for parents to come pick them up, typically that's not the case. Just for safety, they keep those kids locked down with their teachers until these situations come to an end. They have to expect the worst always, Christine, with situations like this. And they're playing it safely here. All the units are on scene here. Yes, SWAT is there. We have the 2 Bearcat units here, but we have a man who's acting very erratically. There's the tank. He continues to suck into that tank, clearly under the influence at this time, acting erratically here. The bottom line is they want to bring this to a safe conclusion.
Yeah. The question is when. We've been talking about restraint. We've been talking about actions we've seen in the past when it comes to law enforcement bringing something to a close. And right now it's been waiting this out.
Maybe they're afraid he'll go over the edge into the water or something. That would be, if that happened, that would be like kind of, I mean, as long as he didn't die, that'd be worth it. Just to see some crazy, just boom. I don't think he can move forward, though. I really don't think he can move forward. But I'm not really sure what's the big grandiose thing they're waiting on. Are they think he's going to pass out or something? Or and it doesn't seem like they're really setting up or prepping. I mean, they moved up the Bearcats, but then they just kind of laid off. They're just all just chatting, and maybe they're coming up with a plan. I don't know what kind of super plan there is for, unless they think he's armed. AZ Native, thank you so much for the super chat. Corgition Horses, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Amazing. Thanks for sticking with it, Mel. We're here. We're riding out. Poor mama. And what kind of gas is that they've used? Did they lose funding on the proper materials to make tear gas? He just like rubbed his eyes and just kept inhaling and shit. And every time they would shoot it in there, he'd just roll the windows down and just breathe. And just go back, get back inside.
Place right now. The bottom line is they're doing whatever they can to bring this to a peaceful resolution, to keep the residents safe, to make sure that all these homes in and around Poplar Street and Wilmington Avenue running north-south there on the east side of Compton Creek, Poplar Street there, a very small residential east-west street that dead ends into the Compton Creek, keeping everybody safe, setting up that perimeter, the line around this situation, and bringing this to a safe conclusion. And the time is on the deputy's side, as we always say, Christine. They want to make sure they have enough manpower in place so that they can bring this to an end and nobody else gets hurt, including any deputies and this man.
Yeah, I can't help but think if this is somebody's relative and loved one who is sitting in this vehicle and knowing that they will be going to jail at the end of the day. It's got to be a painful situation for family and friends of this man who clearly is, I'm guessing, not of right mind, being what he's inhaling and what that does to the brain and to the thoughts. And I want to bring in Jim again with the retired from the LA County Sheriff's Department as a chief and assistant sheriff. I want to bring you back in. You talked about how somebody inhaling a substance of some sort does affect the ability to reason. So with crisis negotiators, that discussion might not even come into play as a reasonable discussion. Jim, your thoughts?
You bring up a great point, as did Rick, when he mentioned about what the crisis negotiators will do as far as get some background from the family as what might be troubling this individual. And that certainly goes into play. But if the person's in a state of euphoria or not rational behavior, either through the chemical or mental unstableness,
I can't
or both,
believe this,
then
dude.
It
I
does
seriously can't
change
believe
the
this shit.
tactics of crisis negotiators as far as trying to reason or catch the attention of the individual, all centered on having a peaceful resolution to it. You know, interestingly, I'm seeing on the live shot, we're talking about this nitrous oxide, and I noticed that he has a cigarette, which presents a whole nother danger if
Another
the
risk
two
assessment.
connect. If there's
Nicotine.
an open flame that would connect to a live source, depending on what's generating that nitrous oxide. So
what about explosions?
oftentimes that can lead in an explosive type situation. So that can also, little nuances like that can also drive why the Special Enforcement Bureau is waiting and taking every precaution before stepping in and taking the person into custody, knowing exactly what's in the vehicle. But I can see on a couple occasions he's had a cigarette, and you see the smoke coming out. So.
Well, gosh, given that thought, does that perhaps give law enforcement extra concern? I mean, that's a whole different kind of danger there.
It does. It's every precaution is taken, and oftentimes in the practice days at Special Enforcement Bureau, having served there both on the line and then eventually as the commanding officer for Special Operations Division, I know that these experts deal with training constantly. In between the hundreds of incidents that we actually have, whether it's warrant operations or barricaded suspects or hostage negotiations or things of that nature, there's constantly something going on, and in between the actual deployments is training. And what you introduce into each of the training equations is new activity that any possibility of what could occur. And oftentimes what can occur is the reaction to chemical substances, the reaction to oxygen, things of that nature, or contained gas, things of that nature. So we take those types of precautions. Obviously with the canine, you practice gunfire, so the dog understands and remains calm during those situations, and we see how they respond. And so taking every precaution and training for every type of scenario, this is quite a common scenario that is trained with. And so they're formulating what plan applies to this situation. And we can know through our experience, whether it's yourself or me or Rick, generally speaking, how law enforcement deal with these situations. But what we don't know are some of the finer details of intel that they're getting. And when I say intel, we're referring to, is this person armed? As you mentioned before, is this person fleeing something, whether it's a criminal charge, a family situation, other factors that we don't know. Does he have a history of mental illness or erratic behavior? So a lot of these things are, as Rick mentioned, time is on law enforcement side, and they're going to try to garner as much information to bring this situation to a peaceful resolution. And using that information is certainly helpful. We see a lot of waiting going on right now, which tells me there's probably a crisis negotiator en route to the scene.
How many more crisis negotiators?
Trying to formulate a plan. The tactical operators are always on the forefront of those plans, because if the person takes immediate action, then you have to have a contingency to deal with that.
Maybe they're worried that guy's going to blow up.
That often includes the use of force, hopefully at the lowest level, but the suspects oftentimes don't provide that opportunity for law enforcement, as we saw with LAPD's situation last night when the 3 canine officers were fired upon. So hopefully this situation remains at a lower level, which the deputies have successfully done here.
Yeah, and not just fired on, they were actually shot, taken to the hospital. Luckily, we were told they were in stable condition. I believe 2 are leaving the hospital today. Non-life-threatening injuries, but still wounds that can affect you for an entire lifetime. We're hoping for their quick recovery. As we watch the situation here, it's so unpredictable. But if you're a neighbor there, or you're a citizen, or perhaps the general public watching, might you be thinking, you know what, enough.
Yes.
Enough.
Yes.
You don't just get to just sit there and take over a neighborhood. You don't get to tie up law enforcement. You don't get to incur the expense that taxpayers have to pay for all of this expense when it comes to
I'm telling you,
dealing with a standoff for several hours.
If it was Florida, that shit wouldn't be flying like this. 3 hours later for this little guy? No.
To deal with in the context of, we serve a community and we answer to the community, and oftentimes, ironically, the frustration is delivered to law enforcement, and we understand. You know, the tensions are high.
True.
Even though we didn't cause this situation, and we're trying to have a peaceful remedy and taking every precaution to ensure the neighbors are all safe. Oftentimes, people are frustrated with the bearer of bad news, which is usually law enforcement. So I'm certain that our community relations personnel, and actually that responsibility is with each deputy, is understanding that approach from a standpoint of human decency, and understanding their frustrations and not reacting necessarily to the emotions that people have. But people do get frustrated. But more often than not, what we see is collaboration and cooperation and appreciation of law enforcement. I can tell you in Compton, that's extremely high. I've served there for many years. And, you know, it's not always positive. There's certainly frustrations and concerns. When I was a commanding officer of a nearby station,
some people with bad
covering part of unincorporated Compton, you know, oftentimes there would be frustration expressed about conduct or perceived conduct.
That would be
of
cool
deputies.
maybe one day, but
hearing that information and understanding the position they're coming from and the frustration, and quite frankly, there are times when there is inappropriate conduct and action has to be taken, whether it's disciplinary or even at in the extreme cases, and they're more rare, but prosecution, that has to occur. But right here, what we're seeing is the professionalism, which I contend is overwhelmingly what you get from law enforcement. And I believe the community knows that. I know the Compton community believes that as well. But understanding the frustration that comes sometimes with those rare incidents where law enforcement could do better, and acknowledging that that's the case. But hopefully this is one of those scenarios where people see that the actions of the Sheriff's Department and the great actions of LAPD yesterday, they're centered on public safety, and they're centered on efforts to make a peaceful resolution to any incident. But oftentimes suspects don't put us in that situation to have a peaceful resolution, and hopefully that occurs tonight.
Well, first and foremost, law enforcement wants to go home to their own families each and every night. I'm thinking, of my own family, in which I've had a very, very, very close member of my family who had way too many encounters with law enforcement, ended up in jail, in prison, etc. And you always want for them to do their time, if they have to do their time, but also to be alive, to come home as well one day, knowing the traumas and troubles that they have found themselves in, like this gentleman has found himself in some trouble here. Obviously, this has to come to an end because people live here. People have a right, as you have said, Jim, to their own safety and security and their home ownership. How many kids are not coming home down this street from school right now, and where are they? And their parents have to be worrying about them if they're not with them. How many people are perhaps elderly or in need of something from the grocery store or the pharmacy who can't get out of their neighborhood? So this comes to an end. But Jim, also, it's 3:45 in the afternoon. Eventually it gets dark out. So does this play out in the dark?
As Rick had mentioned earlier, time is on our side now, meaning law enforcement. And at this point in time, as long as it doesn't pose a safety hazard to the public and the deputies.
So I guess they're just waiting it out. Maybe they have a plan, but maybe they're waiting till the tank runs out. The tank of maybe if it's nitrous or if it's helium, maybe they're waiting for that to run out. You guys could keep hitting likes. That'd be amazing. We're at 2,100. Let's get to 2,500. That'd be good. Thanks for joining. I'm a little surprised that it's still going, but I don't know. Maybe there's something they know that we don't know on the ground. Imagine if every chase was like this, where it was just like this hours-long standoff because the person didn't want to get out the vehicle. I don't know. I'm amazed, man. Amazing that this guy is still going.
It's not a tactic. I understand what you're saying, and in this case, you're not really putting, you never want to put another officer in the line of fire.
Exactly.
But in this case, I think they were confident enough the suspect was not armed.
I don't think he's armed.
To approach him
the way they approached him multiple times.
So I don't understand why they didn't. However, that's an on-scene supervisor call. That is something that will be talked about in the debriefing, or tactical hot wash, as they call it, to find out maybe why the decision wasn't made at that time.
Right. It is interesting because, Bruce, you've been involved in so many situations, and so many situations for the first time. And so then you have to, like you said, I call it debrief, but the point is that every single time you are faced with a different situation, law enforcement have to come together and discuss what worked, what didn't, why we didn't use one. I do think that maybe their supervisor will say, what was it that stopped you from going and getting him out of the vehicle when you saw that he wasn't armed? Or, I don't know, but it seems like they do these debriefings pretty quickly after the situation occurs, correct?
That's correct. They'll do the debriefing, and
I didn't want to hear the debriefing. I'm done with this shit.
It's a very open and honest debriefing.
It's about the cops.
In it. And if you think I did something wrong, you call me out on it. If I think you did something wrong, I'm going to call you out, because ultimately it's to learn, it's to do better. and it's to become more professional in the job that we all chose.
Chris Christie is still in Air 7 HD above the scene. Chris, have you noticed, from your perspective, I mean, you can see beyond what the camera is showing us. Have you seen anything change as far as the surrounding area?
No, and I think that's indicative of something in and of itself. And just looking at the posture, as we were talking about earlier, especially those men behind the Bearcat, especially that lead Bearcat there, they are in a very relaxed posture, a very wait and see, almost as if, as Bruce had mentioned earlier, they are just waiting for the word go. And so I think that's what they're doing. I think they're waiting him out, and also waiting for the ranking officers up the food chain to make the call to go ahead and extricate that driver from that driver's seat. Now, what might we see before they actually approach the vehicle? I think it's interesting. I mean, I would expect, as you were talking earlier, Phil, maybe you would have 2 arrest teams. In fact, it would probably likely have 2 arrest teams come from either side of the vehicle.
Both sides at the same time.
The only open question is whether they send somebody out to that bike path and either block it closer to, or do they send manpower, or perhaps even send that other Bearcat onto the bike path just to kind of box him in more securely if they are at all afraid of him trying to move that vehicle any further. So that might be some prep that we would see that they might want to take before they actually approach the driver's side door and just pull him out. But other than that, I mean, from what I see, nobody's moved. The only one squirming is him, and they just seem to be waiting for the word go to make their next move.
I don't know, just from seeing the Interceptor that was on the bike path, if they would try to bring the Bearcat down there, because I don't know that it would fit. Quite frankly, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but when I looked at the Interceptor on the bike path to our right,
at this point, man, if he goes over the edge, he goes over the edge.
Yeah, maybe it would fit. Okay, maybe it would fit, but boy, it would be a tight fit. To be able to get that guy. And look, there's a child in the backyard. So again, this is affecting the community. Did I hear Bruce? I thought he had. Oh, okay. So what were you going to say, Bruce?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, unfortunately with the bike path and the bollards that are there, that does create a whole other problem as far as moving that Bearcat. The biggest problem is they want to move that Bearcat right adjacent to the pickup truck, but they're not going to be able to. So ultimately, the operation, the planning that's going on is going to be to the rear of the Bearcat, and that just creates an additional approach zone for the SWAT team.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, this seems like such a tricky situation to try to move the one police cruiser without this driver putting it into reverse. I don't see how you. This seems like a very delicate dance. And then you have the cars parked on both sides on the street.
I don't mean to make light of this, but it's going to sound as such. They're going to have to separate him from that canister, just as they have to separate him from the vehicle, because he has a bear hug on that thing now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that necessarily complicates matters, but clearly,
I missed it.
That's why he's not getting out of the vehicle.
Legendary CEO, thank you so much for the super chat. Says Sled wouldn't put up with this. I wonder how would Sled deal with this. Sled. Robin, thank you for the subscription. I think we're caught up. Jill Art, thank you so much for the super chat. Britt Flip says, I went to go do grocery shopping, came back, and it's still on.
Right, but he never did. So no, we have no 100%. There's no 100% certainty he can't move forward, but the indications are that he can't.
Because if there was any possibility of that truck moving forward, I could see where they are a little nervous of spooking him. Because you would imagine if you spook him and make him, and he realizes that he is threatened, I mean, he might very well just gas that truck right through that fence, and right into the river, and then you have a different situation. So that might be one thing that is coming into their decision making without knowing 100% whether that vehicle is still mobile.
No, that makes sense. I mean, because even if it could only lurch, He would only have to go 10 feet, and he's in the river.
Wouldn't take much, yeah.
No, and it's a very forceful pickup truck. We've seen it's got a lot of horsepower and it's pretty powerful. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be one of those things again. Bruce, how do you think that? I mean, I know we don't have you for much longer, but
bro, you're really
do you
dropping it today. Holy
now
crap!
that you've been looking at this
Legendary
for a little while.
CEO, another
what do you
super
think is going to
chat.
happen here?
Thanks. I would feel neglected if I had feels. The CEO don't got no feelings.
The vehicle, they are going to have
Damn,
a
dude.
less lethal, a shotgun round, backed up by lethal, of course, and they're going to go in and they're going to deploy a canine.
Or making it rain.
And they're going to have to drag him out.
Yeah.
It does seem as if that's the only option, because I don't know that it's a reasonable. I mean, it's certainly reasonable. I don't want to say it that way, but the idea of just letting him sit there and continue to use whatever he has there in the cab into the night seems as if that would be an impact to the surrounding community, not necessarily because of all of the streets blocked off, but because of the drain on services that have been here now for some 3 hours or more. Between following him and now pinning him in with this barricade situation, at some point it does become a drain to resources that you just can't continue to have.
Yeah, and Philip, as you said earlier, they're going to have to separate this guy from that canister. And he is not giving that canister up. He continually goes back to it.
Well, that leads me to another question for you, Bruce. I think, based on this, on what we're seeing here, when they do ultimately decide to approach the vehicle with an arrest team, might that also be accompanied with another round of pepper balls one more time to disorient him and make it easier for those officers? Or do you think they would just go in there without any more attempts to disorient him?
No, I think that's a great point, Chris. They do have gas masks, and they may go in there and deploy that. And obviously, they won't be affected by the gas masks, by the gas wearing masks as the suspect would. But
They don't even look like they're prepping to go in. Like they look like they're just waiting on orders or they're just chilling. Like it looks like they're waiting him out. They don't even look like they're gonna make a move.
Flammable.
Yeah, there are a lot of pieces to this puzzle, which I'm sure they are talking about.
How crazy would it be if there was just
very,
like
very
mass
peculiar.
explosion
Just
right
seeing
there?
him sit there so
boom.
nonchalantly. I guess one thing that the pepper spray would do, the pepper balls would be, I would think he would be more likely to drop that tank at that point too.
Yeah, that's true. But you have pepper ball. I had a situation.
Did I miss that?
Over 15 years ago, where I had a guy with a gun in a.
Painting services by Steve. Thank you for the super chat. Says Whip It's and the Rolling Stones, bro. He is out there. Thanks, man. And then he sent me another super chat, which I missed the one I just read. I feel neglected. You missed my super chat, bro. My bad. Damn, man.
Yes, Colleen Sullivan in for Ellen
I guess you
Leyva
guys
and
can
David Ono.
get dinner.
We're starting Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock in just a moment. But again, we're staying live on this situation, this barricaded situation.
We have breaking news. Yes, a standoff still underway with this reckless driving suspect, and we've seen this standoff for quite some time now with very odd behavior. We're going to catch you up on everything when it comes to the details of this pursuit, but this has been a long afternoon for the officers in pursuit, and as you can see, a lot has happened in the time that he has just been sitting there with strange behavior inside the cab of this vehicle.
Yeah, there was 3 separate pit maneuvers that took place. This driver was able to maneuver away from law enforcement to then find themselves here on the wash at Poplar Street and Wilmington Avenue, and that's where you can see the Special Enforcement Bureau responded.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
We have breaking news. A standoff still underway in Compton with a reckless driving
All their shows are
suspect
getting
who
cut
prior
off
to this
tonight.
led police on a wild pursuit.
Can we get to 5,000 concurrent viewers? See if we can make it to 5,000. Help me out, man. If you guys could hit the like button.
Breaking news, a standoff still underway in Compton with a reckless driving suspect who prior to this led police on a wild pursuit. I'm Colleen Sullivan. Ellen Lave is off today.
All right, David Ona, let's go to Chris Christie live at Air 7 HD with the very latest on this bizarre pursuit. Chris?
That's right, David. The end of a reckless driving pursuit, including multiple pit maneuvers, ending here at pretty much a dead end, the end of Poplar Street, just west of Wilmington Avenue at a bike path. In front of that pickup truck is the wash, where that is basically the end of Poplar Street. They have both sides of that bike path completely blocked with black and whites, and now you see that Bearcat right behind that primary unit with additional SEB officers ready to make their move and extract the driver from that vehicle once they get the go-ahead. It certainly appears at this point that they are waiting for those higher-ranking officers to make that call. Right now they have used a number of other tools at their disposal, including several rounds of pepper balls and other tear gas to try and agitate that suspect and blind him. However, none of it had the desired effect of smoking him out of the vehicle. He has been pretty nonchalant there for a while as he continues to take hits of what appears to be nitrous oxide from a tank that he is clutching onto in the driver's side there. So certainly somebody who is under the influence of something, refusing to come out of that pickup truck. Time is on the side of law enforcement here, and right now they are using all of that available time to bring this to a peaceful resolution, guys. Back to you.
Absolutely, Chris. We are going to stay on top of this. We're going to keep checking back in with this breaking news throughout our newscast. But again, we also have a lot of other news to get to this afternoon. Let's talk about it's a new storm that's heading our way. It's expected to bring more rain than snow to our local mountains, but that could present a whole new set of problems for people living there.
Inland Empire.
All right, let me pull up the other one. Here's Fox.
But that being said, you never know what they know or what other information is pertinent and being discussed at the command post.
Right. Again, just playing guessing game. I just noticed that it was a change because those officers had been there for so long. Again, I don't know how many more signals you can give this driver here that, you know, he's not going anywhere when you have that Bearcat vehicle. And it looks like from this angle, the second one is either farther back or has left. But that's kind of an intimidating shot there when you have that Bearcat.
It certainly is, and it's a factor.
Maybe they're using it to scare them.
Individuals are convinced that they're not getting away from when they leave.
He's like looking up to the sky, checking out the helicopters.
Many pursuit operations, and I would be understating to say that I've been involved on the front line and as a watch commander and command hundreds.
Is the driver tired of sitting there too?
Approaching thousands of pursuits, and there's very rare incident where the suspect gets away, and so it is always alarming and. I don't want to say humorous when you associate it with a pursuit, but you often wonder what they think they're going to do as far as getting away. Then you have the individual who's now cordoned off and barricaded, and he has to come to the conclusion that there's no way I'm getting away. And so it makes you wonder as to what's going through his head as far as stalling time. Certainly if he's intoxicated or fleeing something, whether it's criminal charge or mental illness or drug intoxication, whatever is driving the behavior, it doesn't make sense oftentimes. And that's what law enforcement is confronted with at that scene. I'm sure they're discussing that, and maybe they know. There's that cigarette smoke that I was alluding to earlier, and then he has it very close to the tank. But hopefully there's no explosion that would occur if it seems like he's not getting them too closely connected, so hopefully that doesn't occur. But that's certainly a danger and something to be considered. Whether you deploy hot gas or cold gas is certainly a factor in the deployment.
Well, that does bring up a whole different scary scenario, the thought of gas or an explosion or what could happen, and law enforcement has to take that into account as they make their approach. What kind of bizarre behavior might happen with the suspect? Yeah,
you don't. And some options that are available are light sound diversionary devices known as flashbangs and things of that nature.
River P, thank you for the super chat, says doesn't speak English. Real Talk with Retta, thank you for the super chat, says thank you for blessing us with great content. I guess this guy kind of did that, huh? Callie. Thank you, though. Lisa Sutton, thank you so much for the super chat, says Mel, go gym, get your dinner. It'll still be a stand-up by the time we get back, probably. But knowing me, as soon as I leave, it'll be over or something. Humboldt Girl, thanks for the entertainment this afternoon. Oh, thank you guys for riding with me. Jill Art, thank you for the super chat. Says surely he has to pee by now. Maybe he might pee on himself.
From the front line to the command officer, what is the best tactic? So oftentimes they're the subject matter experts that are bringing the fine-tuned tactical options, and then the collaboration of the intel and the other factors in the environment, whether or not all of the houses are evacuated, whether or not there's somebody in a home needs medical care. Those can often drive decisions of whether we have to act now, whether law enforcement has to act now or they can wait the situation out.
Well, shortly joining me is my colleague Alex Michelson as we watch this standoff here in the Compton area. Alex, I don't know how much you are up to speed on this, but we've been here since 1 o'clock. This driver sitting there, he's been inhaling something from a blue tank. He was driving, inhaling from a balloon while he was driving in the pursuit. He drove himself right here into this area that is a dead end because there's a wash there. He's not going anywhere. We saw crazy video of him revving the back tires trying to reverse into that sheriff's vehicle. What's been happening tonight has been that Bearcat in position. Okay, right there. That's the shot there of the driver trying to get away while he's blocked in, let alone the shots of driving over or perhaps around a spike strip and going through, escaping 2 pit maneuvers. There he is. So we don't know the nature of this guy. We do know he's been inhaling off that tank throughout the whole time sitting there.
It's fair to say he's under the influence of something, maybe?
Okay, and here's that video, pit maneuver number 1.
Yeah.
Okay, stay tuned. Watch for this driver to weave his way through these sheriff's vehicles, continuing to weave his way, and then going over the median right there. And you have pedestrians there. Pedestrians right there watching it. Okay, and then you have this driver continue on. You'll now see him inhaling from that balloon in the pursuit and pit maneuver number 2.
It's amazing.
And watch again. He gets away yet again, driving over the median, like literally driving it with in the center of his vehicle, getting away from law enforcement. And then you will see this driver drive into this dead end. And this has been the rest of our afternoon, Alex.
Well, clearly this person is not thinking rationally, because this is not the way somebody rationally would think. Clearly they are under the influence here, and they're essentially stuck. Hard to imagine what other options this person has at this point other than to keep driving and end up in a wash there, which, could potentially.
Thank you for the super chat. Chuck420 says that's nitrous. Yeah, we believe it's nitrous. Good vibes, Stacy. Thanks for the super chat. Says, I can't even talk. Please don't leave us hanging. I'm addicted to this. Thank you. And then also I saw the Stacy B says, just watch. I bet the tank was empty this whole time. Imagine that shit. Tough enough.
Attention span. They can wait this person out. Meanwhile, everybody else nearby is like, let's wrap this thing up already. And you see the sheriff's vehicles, the folks there that are gathered behind the Bearcat. And the question is, are they going to take some sort of more aggressive maneuver to get him out? You see some of the folks there, they're so heavily armed, they could move in and rip him out of the vehicle, which is something we've seen in the past. They could deploy a police canine, which at the moment remains legal, although there's discussions about whether that should or not be legal going forward.
Come on.
They could throw gas into his vehicle to try to cause him to come out.
Look at the back window. They've already done the pepper spray into the vehicle. That didn't work, and that's perhaps why he's had the window down the whole time to better breathe.
Do they believe that he's armed, or?
We've seen no sign of that. There's been no indication of that. There's been no formal word of that as well.
I mean, there clearly would be enough law enforcement on hand to move in as a group and to try to yank him out of there. So far, they've chosen not to do that.
We've had a retired chief of sheriff's special operations from the sheriff's department, Jim Hemmold, who's been with us by phone. And Jim, perhaps you can, okay, is this Bearcat? The second Bearcat is moving in.
That's the third one.
All right, Jim, we talked about,
Isn't that a third one?
Is that a third one now?
That's a third one, girl.
That's
You can't
three.
count. Come on.
1, 2, 3.
So, Jim, talk about why 3 of these armored vehicles would be there.
Well, again, there's an unknown factor not being at the command post, so I don't necessarily have all the
There's
intel,
something going
but
on
it
we
is
don't know.
not out of the ordinary to utilize every resource available to provide that level of protection for the special weapons operators to get closer. Also, the crisis negotiator to get closer to establish communications. Having that extra vehicle there also allows you to bring in more equipment that's less lethal in nature, such as stun
Theo
bags,
watching the sunset.
OC spray, hot and cold gas. I think in this case they would likely opt for cold gas. And then also things such as tasers or a canine, things of that nature. So the more equipment that you have, the better. Not only that, a close proximity allows you to make
What's that in his hand?
collaboration with the crisis negotiator.
What's the long pole?
Oftentimes residents can get frustrated at law enforcement.
Yeah, I get it. I might be pissed off too if I was living there. Arkansas, thank you for the 10-month membership. What is that red thing under the truck? They put that there earlier. They were saying that they think it's to stop him from, in case he tries to drive again, to stop him from moving, to disable the vehicle. Yep, I'm nosy. Thank you for the super chat. Says Theo watching the sunset. Yeah, at that point he could just be there chilling, watching the sunset, high, inhaling. Heels in the air. How you doing? Thank you for your support. I like to watch your videos. I sometimes watch it in the morning when I get up because I can't watch like the long versions of the stream. So thank you for the videos. Unalive Vest. What else explains this? I don't know.
Just a wait and see per se. Oftentimes you do have to make these decisions. It's time to act. Also, if crisis negotiators are noticing erratic changes in behavior or mood swings, that can be indicative of the
move
fact
is
that
amazing.
the individual
Couch
is
is
becoming
coming
more
Monday.
desperate and might take action. Again, the unknown factor being, does the person have a weapon in the vehicle? We don't. That's a significant factor that we don't know, because if the person did have a weapon, that would certainly answer for why you would need much more armored protection with the ARVs, which are the Bearcats, and those things, the armored rescue vehicle. So those are just some considerations. It does appear that they're getting closer to a tactical plan, although we don't know the exact time. It could also be introducing a phone so crisis negotiators can have a dialogue with the individual, all on an effort to convince him to surrender peacefully.
So, like, the average person watching this, and they see all these, heavily armed, special, SWAT officers behind this Bearcat, and they see this one guy sitting there in a truck. Why can't, at this point, they move in? What are they, waiting for? They have 3 Bearcats there. Why the hold up?
Monday.
Right, understood, and I can understand that perspective.
Nice.
However, also take into consideration, and I've seen it occur also when we approach vehicles, law enforcement approach vehicles, if the vehicle revs up or the person then attempts to make a maneuver with the vehicle that presents a danger to the deputies, and they utilize deadly force or things of that nature, then the critique is, well, why did you have to approach? You had time on your side.
Okay, so they've got another Bearcat, which they say this is not uncommon, I guess, to use all available resources, I guess. And so they have 3 of them here set up, 1 here backed up into this yard. I wonder I don't really know what the strategy is. This vehicle here has a flat tire, I guess, because they accidentally left out the spike strip or something. And so it ran over it. They reversed that here into this person's yard. This Bearcat's here into this person's yard. I mean, I guess there's some other threat besides him having this tank, I guess. I don't know if they're worried about an explosion. Do they think he's armed? Are they just being ultra cautious? How many hours are they willing to let this go? How many more officers, how many more vehicles, Bearcats, No canine. This guy's been getting just high. I wonder how much he could have left in that tank of his, inhaling this thing endlessly. And if they, I mean, at this point, it doesn't look like they're going to try to reverse this out of the way. This, the cop car, because where's it going to go, especially with the Bearcat behind it? I mean, and I saw a guy walking with like a long pole looking thing. I'm surprised they waited this long, really.
As an inquisitive journalist, as you always do. But essentially, there's a command post we discussed earlier, and what you have now that the frontline patrol deputies have been moved out of the frontline positions. They did a great job of stabilizing that. They will now be put to containment positions, and all of the SWAT team members will be placed there. There's somebody that's a scout, which is essentially the leader of that SWAT team, who will develop a tactical plan based on the environment.
Michigan Wifey says they don't want to get sued. Possible. I mean, I've seen them do some crazy shit. Oh, I've seen them do some crazy shit, like with that canine that got the wrong person. That was pretty wild. Air fryer recipes with Booger 500 us. What's up? Thank you so much for the super chat. Says to chin, Mel. Cheers. What is that? What language is that in? To chin. To your new place. All aboard. Watching from the greenhouse. Oh, you got a greenhouse? Is that an actual greenhouse or like a special wink greenhouse that you got going on over there? You know those people, the movers kept my air fryer? It's gone. It never came.
And so I guess what's next on this front? I mean, is
they reversing it now?
You mentioned a canine. I mean, what else in terms of resources could they even bring in at this point?
Well, the crisis negotiator will be instrumental in trying to talk this individual to surrender. That effort will be made if it hasn't already been made. What we don't know, does he have a cell phone? Is it on speakerphone? Are they trying to talk? Is he hanging up repeatedly? We don't know a lot of these factors, and so we can give our best guess, as someone who commanded these types of operations for years. I can provide input based on what I'm seeing. And, of course, as a journalist, you've seen a lot of this. But what we don't know is the real-time information. And so those factors are very significant. A lot of those they can be nuanced in nature, but they are significant in the decision-making for each incident. Each incident is different. But what I can tell you is it's likely that crisis negotiators are conferring with family or close loved ones to determine, do we know why he's acting in this manner? And try to establish communications, try to talk the person into a peaceful surrender, and all the while taking precautions if he does something desperate or something that requires immediate action. So these types of precautions are being taken. It looks like they have it in place. So now tactical plans are being devised. If there's never a peaceful surrender, eventually law enforcement will take that action to bring it to conclusion. But prior to that occurring, I believe that crisis negotiators will take steps to try to convince the person to surrender without incident.
We want to show you some video from a short time ago. This is when gas canister, you see it here, fired into the vehicle. Usually this is the kind of thing that would, essentially smoke out somebody. We don't know how much the, illegal substances that this individual is under, that he's been inhaling via balloons, may change his physiology right now in terms of what he's experiencing. It obviously helps him that he's got open windows there, so he didn't get that experience as much as you would if you were indoors. But clearly that did not stop him, and you see his DNA is morphed. Shirt being used to wipe away the tears that would come from essentially tear gas. What do you know in terms of the most likely substance that he may be ingesting via that balloon,
superhuman powers,
and how that impacts one's thinking?
Yeah, based on what I'm seeing, I don't know for certain, but certainly it appears that it's some sort of nitrous oxide or something of that nature, which introduces a euphoric sensation, almost dream or nightmare-like sensation, which does pose a problem for law enforcement because any fear that might be normally associated with this kind of conduct or confrontation with law enforcement or anyone might be removed. You can never know or predict how this individual is responding to that, his level of addiction from the onset. So we really don't know, but generally speaking, it appears that that's the chemical and that it would present a euphoric situation and or a euphoric feeling for him. And it doesn't look like the gas really set in from what I can see due to the open windows. And so it appears that he was able over time to defeat that, which is getting into the tactical planning for law enforcement as they confront the next stage of how they're going to take action to bring this to a conclusion.
It looks like he just took a sip of something, or I don't know if that was another hit of what we believe to be nitrous oxide, but he continues to sit there. Can you talk about how much of a problem that nitrous oxide has become? And I know it's something that probably over your years became a bigger problem.
Yeah, and that's more of a current problem that's occurring. You know, you see ebbs and flows in the narcotic or substance of choice of individuals. You've seen heroin make a comeback, and opiate-driven type of chemicals. And nitrous oxide has certainly come and go. Usually it's associated with individuals who are doing essentially like raves or things of that nature. I can't say that I've really seen it in this type of a pursuit operation over the years. So it's kind of curious if that's in fact what we see going on. But it certainly introduces a euphoric feeling, but you have to constantly hit it from what we understand of individuals who use it. So at some point, I think he's going to run out of this chemical, and we don't know if that's going to bring a more desperate feeling to him. At times, he's appeared more agitated with shaking hands and things of that nature. So we didn't know if that represented running out of the chemical for his intoxication. So this is certainly a consideration for the command post as they determine how they're going to address this situation.
Pepkins.
It looks like he's smoking something. Not clear if that's a cigarette or marijuana or meth or something else. But he's clearly smoking something while he's in there and busy and agitated.
Very flexing, too.
I mean, can you take us in the mindset of the deputies that are out there and just how frustrating this has got to be, waiting out somebody in this situation?
They look fine. They look just
their
chilling.
own life on the line and the neighborhood irritated and all the taxpayer money being spent on this and watching somebody go through this?
Yes, and as we alluded to earlier with Christine, having served personally in Compton for many years, you know a lot of the residents when you work in the area, and you even know people on the street. You know that their kids are in school. You know what time certain people get home because you build a friendship or a bond with people. And so you're frustrated in the sense that not only for your own safety, but you know that residents are frustrated and are kind of wondering, hey, when are you going to take action to resolve this? I have to get home. I have to, get my kids home doing homework. Oftentimes there's elderly maybe that are in the house that maybe need medications or attention. So a lot of these factors from just for a long-term incident come into play. Oftentimes the community will be a little frustrated with the first person they see that's actually preventing them from entering their home or evacuating them, and that's law enforcement. So taking that and understanding where they're coming from and why they're frustrated, they're not actually mad at us, but at the situation. But from a tactical standpoint, we constantly make relief to ensure that you don't tire an individual and they lose their focus and attention, because, standing at the ready for hours upon hours. I mean, we've had barricaded suspects for armed individuals who've taken hostages and things of that nature or are shooting at law enforcement. They can go on for days. I've been involved in many incidents where they've gone on beyond a day. And so this does not appear to be that type of situation where you would wait that long, but I don't have all of the intel that the command post has. But it can be frustrating, but oftentimes in training scenarios, in between the hundreds of high-risk search warrant operations that SEB does, which is the Sheriff's SWAT Team, Special Enforcement Bureau, in between all of the high-risk situations or barricaded suspects or tactical operations that are done, is training. And so you're constantly doing something.
Nancy Jennings, thank you for the super chat, says, get a helicopter to dangle nitrous canister by his car door and see if he goes for it. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat, says, get your legs out, Mel, while we're waiting. Lord almighty. You're not
ready to de-escalate a situation, and on rare occasion, there's more hostile or deadly confrontations that occur. But for the most part, this is, in fact, the nature of the job when you're dealing with tactics:
what the hell?
Patience, professionalism, and reverence for human life. And that's what you.
To me, it doesn't look like they have any plans to do anything right now. They just have like one guy keeping an eye on him, and this guy is like doesn't really seem like he's going to do anything. Maybe they're just trying to wait him out. They're just chilling.
Being when to barricade the individual versus continue the pursuit was demonstrated all of those factors.
Can you talk about the training also in how do you deal with somebody who is clearly under the influence of probably multiple substances at the same time right now, who clearly is not thinking or acting rationally, and the process of trying to communicate with that person, that's got to be very difficult.
It can be difficult, and if you're the first deputy responding, so I can walk you through, for example, in this incident. When it first started, you had the patrol deputies that had to talk the individual, prevent him from doing something desperate that would cause immediate, force, or even worst case scenario, deadly force if he produced a firearm or something of that nature. So they appeared to be successful in talking him down and even keeping him in place or surrendering, which he refused to do. Then as the tactical operators from Special Enforcement Bureau arrive on scene, they're developing a tactical plan and put the frontline deputies, on containment spots as you bring in crisis negotiators. And to speak specifically to the point you brought up about interacting and dealing with someone under the influence or in mental psychosis or drug-induced psychosis, things of that nature, it's very difficult. I wouldn't say I'm a subject matter expert in that area, but having worked hand-in-hand with crisis negotiators from the tactical side, observing their tactics and their professionalism and their specialty in human psychology and quite frankly, understanding what's driving their desperate behavior and getting background information to know and get certain keys and information by what the person says. Is this person acting desperate? Is this person not making sense at all? And that could possibly be the situation when he
ABC doesn't have
hit and is feeling euphoric, and then maybe he comes out of that, and you see him now sort of shouting things and yelling things. So, that goes from the euphoria and the high that he feels to now maybe more desperate actions as you see his hands shaking and things of that nature. So, having the crisis negotiators understand the type of individual they're dealing with and getting them to surrender peacefully is an important factor. So it can be frustrating because oftentimes it takes a lot of background information and knowledge and failed efforts. You try to reach them on certain accords, and sometimes they're not responding to certain conversations, and then sometimes you can touch and hit home with them and convince them to surrender. And more often than not, our crisis negotiators do speak to the troubles that they're dealing with and convince them to surrender.
A sort of broad question about the kind of people that you end up dealing with in pursuits. And we mean some of the bigger pursuits, not the minute-and-a-half pursuit, which we know is oftentimes what a pursuit actually is. As a percentage, based off of your experience, how many of them have had interactions with law enforcement before, meaning, been arrested or something like that, in terms of the people that you see running?
Yeah, unfortunately, it tends to be the same folks that we're seeing, particularly the ones that are running in desperation. I think that's sometimes the frustration that occurs with individuals who are not willing to prosecute hardened criminals and things of that nature, because it's frustrating when you see someone assault or rob an individual or be involved in a serious theft, and that which led to a pursuit, and then you capture that individual using safety and regard for the public, and then maybe they're not prosecuted to the full extent. That can be frustrating. And so I would say more often than not, a lot of the individuals who are fleeing from law enforcement are repeat offenders and, for all intent and purposes, should be incarcerated. And so that can be a source of frustration for the law enforcement community and quite frankly, residents as well. I mean, I served in Compton for many years, and my friends from Compton would echo that same sentiment. Certainly, we want common sense. We don't want to overutilize the criminal justice system. And so I think we're making positive strides in that regard. But when you have individuals who are repeat offenders continually infringing on public safety for our families, then those people need to be incarcerated. And they can try to take advantage of education-based incarceration programs while they're incarcerated, but while they're creating public safety, infringing on public safety, that's time for them to learn those education-based skills of not harming the public. Oftentimes, those people need to do that in jail rather than at our offense in the public circles.
Yeah. I mean, and so what would you say? About 90% of people probably that you're dealing with that have been arrested before that are fleeing like this?
Now that I work for the Department of Justice, as the senior advisor there, I couldn't speak to current statistics and things of that nature, but I would say it's an extremely high number. I don't know about 90%, but I would say that it's extremely high number most of the time. I can't think of many pursuits, and we're talking hundreds, either at the line level or the command level, been involved with, that were first-time offenders saying, hey, I'm just going to bail and flee law enforcement. That would be a rare circumstance where a first-time offender has the audacity and the disregard for public safety to flee law enforcement.
Yeah, I can't imagine how frustrating that must be. And to the point that you articulate, that, I think what you're hinting at is LA County District Attorney George Gascon and some of his policies, and, maybe not prosecuting people that may have been prosecuted in the past, and then they're on the streets, and you're going through all this again for somebody who very well could have, or maybe should have, been behind bars.
Well, certainly, I know specific incidents that involved dangerous suspects who assaulted members of the community and in law enforcement, and they were not held into custody. They were not given gang enhancements, even though they were operating in a violent gang manner. And so that is very frustrating, and it's hard to understand because there are great programs to assist families with family members.
Whoa, look at this.
Yes.
How do you, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but obviously a change in tactics here. It looks like law enforcement looks like a law enforcement vehicle,
hell is
right?
that?
An unmarked law enforcement vehicle that has now moved its way into the wash. And
That's police?
What do you make of that maneuver?
Is that cops?
I don't see that maneuver on my screen
Okay.
right now.
It's going to take. Okay, you're in a bit of a delay. So
Yeah.
there is a vehicle that is now moved its way underneath in the wash area that's setting up, which you'll see it in a little bit, and now it's backing away from the vehicle itself underneath, which was kind of surprising, and not sure what the thinking is on that or how a vehicle would even get in there. But that's an interesting change.
But there is access to the creek there.
It's got to be undercover, right?
But I think you bring up a great common sense point, which is you certainly don't want to be under that vehicle because you don't know what desperate action. So while I've been
they're worried about this guy driving off.
Impressed by the tactics deployed by the sheriff's department, you can see that that adjustment was made, which is good news. So you certainly wouldn't want someone positioned directly under that. So it might have been a factor of not knowing exactly where the vehicle was because you can't see up. So I'm certain that those tactics were adjusted via radio. And but I know that they would want to have boots on the ground because the possible scenario if the guy ran would be to have somebody there in the wash to take that person into custody. And I know, Alex, you've been involved in and covered many of these as a journalist that you'd be surprised sometimes that vehicles survive jumping into wash and then next thing you know they're driving. I don't think that would be likely, but you have to take every precaution to make sure that every avenue is covered.
Well, it's been quite an advertisement for this truck so far. The way that, despite the fact that this guy's probably high off his mind, has been able to maneuver this thing around vehicles, over medians, and all the rest of it. Maybe we can show some of that video. I don't know if we have any of that queued up to give folks a sense on how we got here and all the maneuvers that this person took. So look, on the top left, that's the live picture. On the bottom, this is earlier. So this was a pit maneuver that we saw earlier today, and the driver just goes right through like a field goal, driving through the law enforcement vehicles, bangs into one, doesn't stop him, starts driving over the center median, and just keeps going. So that wouldn't stop the driver. The driver would keep on going. Here's a little bit later. You see a shot of him literally ingesting what we think is nitric oxide as he's being pit maneuvered. That stopped him from doing the drugs, but it didn't stop him from driving on the other side over the center median to continue going. And despite all these black and whites behind him, continue to evade capture. The pursuit would continue on the streets of Compton, eventually ending up where we see now. And there would also be an incident, maybe we have this video we can show everybody, of when they tried to approach earlier and they put, there we go, some gas inside the back window, some tear gas. It goes off there. You can see the driver is impacted by it somewhat, gets out of the window there, trying to breathe, tearing up. And even though the sheriff's deputies behind him were close, decided not to give up. And so here we are now, hours later, as we continue to watch what's going to happen next with this whole pursuit situation, including this driver who is, taking his sweet time, as all of Los Angeles and perhaps much of the country watching us online now sort of awaits his next move or awaits the next move of law enforcement. So for people that are just joining us, we're joined by Jim Hellman, longtime former assistant chief of the Sheriff's Department, who knows this sort of situation as well as anybody in Southern California. For people that may just be joining us, what are the potential next moves for the law enforcement that's there and that clearly have gathered in mass, including 3 Bearcats?
So the potential next moves are obviously the crisis negotiators. I have seen a few of them on scene. They're going to try to interact with this individual with an effort to try to have him surrender without further incident. All the while, our tacticians from the Special Enforcement Bureau, which is essentially the sheriff's SWAT team, have precautions, which would include the option of deadly force if he produces a deadly weapon. But, of course, the priority is also less lethal options, which includes a stun bag and gases. Certainly a canine is an option at a closer range if he were to run forward, a taser, things of that nature. So that's why you're putting yourself at a tactical advantage by having the Bearcat put you closer to the suspect, but also protect the tactical operators that are there. Certainly, evacuations, as we saw earlier, were made of the surrounding residents, not knowing the level of desperation of this suspect. He's already endangered many lives, as we saw with the pursuit operations. the pit maneuver was not successful only because it appears that there's weight, these large wood blocks in the back of the truck, so you can see the vehicle stabilize immediately after the pit maneuver. But the Sheriff's Department took precaution to do it in an area where, even if it was unsuccessful, it would not cause harm to the public, which I'm sure the public does appreciate. Certainly, you could be more aggressive and take a pit maneuver, but you have to be aware of the environment, which includes innocent bystanders and things of that nature. So now you fast forward and we're here. The first layer of gas did not work, and these are all steps that the Sheriff's Department is taking in good faith.
It looked like he's just like, I don't know, just kind of, fuck it, just riding it out. He knows he's going to get locked up, so just, as somebody else said, looking into the sunset, huffing, puffing, chilling.
To show a little bit of resistance to it, but I think the intoxicant that he has sort of help overcome that for him. That's certainly.
Jill, thank you for the super chat. Says laughing gas. We could be here till tomorrow. Lisa, Nasty Grace on her way to the second standoff with her table. Cat C, thank you for the membership. Group neck hugs. Silence, thanks for the super chat. Says I went to Home Depot and Lowe's, and this is still going on. I blame Brobot. Damn, bro, I know. Jill R, thank you for the super chat. Says a cigarette can combust that tank.
Already made connection through a cell phone, would probably try to make communication with them. What I don't know is, have they already done that and has it been unsuccessful? Those are some factors I don't know, but certainly that's a common theme.
So it's interesting to see. We just showed that there's now a Bearcat on the other side of this wash. There is also a car that we saw a little earlier parked up the wash. So they're anticipating potential moves. I mean, I guess it's possible that the suspect could get out of the car, run over that bridge, and then be on the other side, in which case that Bearcat and the deputies would be there waiting for him. It's possible that the suspect could either drive his vehicle over the edge, over the fence and into the wash, or just get out of the car and jump over the fence into the wash, in which case there would now be deputies waiting for him there. At this point, it's hard to figure out the mindset of this guy who has clearly been doing drugs for hours now. But is it possible, considering the percentages that we know, that guys probably been involved with law enforcement before, may have been behind bars before, knows he's probably not getting out of it at this point. But you know what? This is his last shot at freedom. He's got all those drugs there with him in the car.
Doing like a test
He's got everybody watching him. What's the rush? Why not
complains?
enjoy one last party? Is it possible that's sort of the mindset at this point?
We do see that mindset quite often. You captured a common mindset for these types of situations, although it's hard to know what drives everyone in those scenarios. And certainly, in this case, we don't know if he has drug-induced psychosis, if there's something that initially drove him to flee from law enforcement that we don't even know about, but the command post does. So there's a lot of factors going into this, and the Sheriff's Department is certainly taking every precaution to have a peaceful remedy. I would say successful for keeping the community safe. We see now we have it to where we're confining and containing the problem to the suspect himself. It's really in his hands in the sense that he can have a peaceful surrender if he just comes out with his hands off and essentially offers himself, and it would be an end to the situation. If he made the mistake of running across the wash, I can tell you that the situation would probably end pretty quickly after that, because the Sheriff's Department has set up the proper containment. And as we saw the individual in the vehicle in the wash, they also now have the wash covered. So by no means do I see a scenario where this individual would be able to evade. I think we all see the same thing. And we're just now taking, it appears the sheriff's department now is taking every precaution to bring a peaceful conclusion.
Possible.
And the ball's in his court in the sense that he can do that at any given time. But since he's not, there's more assertive efforts being planned, I can tell you that. There are options. It's not just one plan. There are contingencies that are taken. And so it's a matter of the scenario, whether the person's armed, whether he was seen to be armed, whether family has said, yes, he carries a certain firearm, things of that nature. We don't know. Or a criminal history that might reflect that as well. So all of these factors are going into what are the next steps for the tactical team on the ground.
And in the meantime, the rest of us wait and await the decisions of this man who continues to, is he drinking? Is he ingesting drugs? It's kind of tough to tell. As we see him a little bit closer, he seems to be maybe grooving to the music, which may be actual music in his car or just the music in his mind after ingesting illicit substances for several hours in a row. He seems to be enjoying looking at the helicopters that are focused on him. And it seems like this guy kind of enjoys the attention at this point, or may not even realize what's happening. And the law enforcement folks still just waiting him out. Would it be typical in this situation? Obviously,
I know. I'd love for him to wave,
counselors and people trying to call him. But would the sheriff's deputies on the ground there, especially the SWAT guys, would they be yelling out instructions as well?
In the initial confrontation, so to speak, with patrol deputies, they were certainly trying to control the situation.
Look at this shit. All these patrol cars and everything. What are they doing?
For a peaceful surrender. I'm sure he refused those.
How many blocks of coverage are you going to do for this guy?
And then they attempted, while they had a tactical advantage, to bring him out through the deployment of that gas, which he defeated not only to the open air, but also probably with the influence of that chemical. That
he should start trolling the cameras.
As the tactical team is on hand, certainly you will constantly remind him that he's available to surrender, so you'll continually make those calls. But it won't be as frequent because you don't necessarily want to give up your position as a tactical operator, but certainly occasionally you would let the person know over PA, or if you're in shouting distance, it's okay to surrender, and try to talk them down. Eventually, they're going to try to have direct communication with the crisis negotiator to try to talk this person into surrendering peacefully. And that can be through the introduction of a phone that we provide, or if they already have a cell phone, they may have already been doing that. It's very difficult to determine. It seems as if maybe they have made communication just based on the fact that crisis negotiators would normally have tried to introduce a phone at this time. I would think in this time level. So they may have a communication with him, or he may be hanging up or not answering. So we really don't know. There's a lot of unknown factors that we don't know.
What, in all your years of doing this, is the longest standoff that you were ever a part of? Can you remember how long it was?
Well, there was an incident that was several days in nature, and this was behind a deputy sheriff who was killed in the line of duty, Steve Sorensen, up in the Antelope Valley. And this individual, first of all, there was a tracking down of this individual by the Special Enforcement Bureau and the hardworking men and women of Palmdale and Lancaster stations, eventually finding the individual in a abandoned shack, and then the exchange of gunfire and things of that nature made it clear that not only was this murder, he was already involved in the murder of an innocent police officer, deputy sheriff, an outstanding deputy sheriff, by the way, but also that he was willing to kill more. And so every precaution was taken, and but this event went on for several days, quite frankly.
Days?
Unfortunately, the suspect was killed, and every precaution was taken. However, some suspects are so desperate and evil, for lack of a better word, they they're going to go no other way. And in the hundreds and hundreds of tactical incidents that the Sheriff's Special Enforcement Bureau, which is the Sheriff's SWAT team, they handle every year, to have a deadly confrontation by the SWAT team members are, quite frankly, rare. But when they do occur, it's by the desperate and violent actions such as what you saw last night by the suspect who shot 3 LAPD officers. There are those type of incidents that occur. And I think that story needs to be told, because oftentimes people are watching what you have, rightly so, called intimidating equipment, the Bearcat, Air 5. You see,
Domino's delivery.
Basically firearms and rifles.
Thank you for the super chat. Quinn B says, homie's just waiting on the Domino's delivery. You could order some shit by now. That's a shame. Thank you for the super chat. It says, of course, the guy who's been sitting in his parked car for hours is the one CA cops do the most for. I know, right? It's amazing, man. I can't believe we're still being here. We're coming up on 4 hours, bro. Creeping up on 4. It's been amazing being with you guys. Yo, if we can get the likes up a little bit more, let's get to 3,000 likes. We're a little bit less than 200 away. Is it a little bit less? I think a little bit less. Yeah. If we can get to, or actually like 300. If we can get to a little bit less than 300, if we can get that 3,000 likes, that'd be amazing. I guess we're here for the long haul, man. So if you got to get some food, snacks, I don't know, do whatever it is you got to do for the kids. My mother was here. She really nice, helped out a lot with Maddie's bedroom and took care of her for a good while. So that was nice. She fixed up a lot of stuff in there. But yeah, I guess get comfortable, man. We're here for a while. Yeah.
We are going to stay with this coverage until it ends, I think, on our website, foxla.com, and our YouTube channel, Fox 11. We know we've got a lot of viewers who don't live in L.A. or who watch, other than their television, who want to see how this ends. So we don't want to leave you. We want to let you know we will continue that. Marla Tate is going to pick up that coverage at 5 o'clock. We have a newscast to do with a lot of news to cover for you in the day at 5. So stay with us for that, as well as we continue to watch this coverage here. Jim, I cannot believe that we are still sitting here coming up on 5 o'clock in the evening with this driver sitting there for several hours not moving. I think our next guest needs to be analyzing what he's taking, what drug he's on that allows him to just sit there for so many hours. I can't quite figure it out.
He's certainly at the advantage because he's obviously enjoying his euphoric feeling. As Alex showed, he's dancing to who knows if it's actually audible music or within his own mind. But it certainly brings to light the professionalism and patience of not only the frontline patrol deputies from Compton, but also the tactical operators who are in a position of waiting for the individual to safely surrender, and coordinating all of those resources, which includes evacuating the residents and making sure that our residents are safe, because that's our first priority. Certainly, to make a tactical decision to go in involves many factors, whether or not he's known to possess a firearm or any other weapon. There he goes, smoking again. Hopefully it's not too close to the source of what he's generating his toxins with. But because if he hits oxygen with a live flame, that certainly could be catastrophic as well. But I digress. But anyway, making those decisions also include respect for our residents of Compton. And at some point, you have to make a common sense decision, which includes how long do we wait for this operation to continue. Lights may seem like a factor, but we can bring in lights to ensure that we have visibility from a tactical standpoint. So that's not so much a factor, but there's real-life scenarios of families who have to return to their home. But the decision to have reverence for human life and ensure that he gets to a point where he can peacefully surrender and be convinced into that will be at the hands of crisis negotiators, and all the while the tactician's taking precautions if he makes a desperate attempt to keep everybody safe. But at some point there's a threshold where you do take action because, let's say, for example, if he no longer has a source of intoxication, does that put him in a more desperate mindset? So you don't necessarily want to let those scenarios play out, and so you want to continue to keep a tactical advantage so that, A, he doesn't know when you're going to deploy, but B, you don't put him in a state of mind where he's appearing to show desperation or escalating desperate acts.
You're exhausted, Alex?
I'm exhausted. You must be exhausted. I mean, you've been talking now for several hours and doing a great job and giving us all these insights. I guess your years of experience of doing this and waiting people out have sort of prepared you for that. That's part of the gig, huh?
It does, and we've had a lot of SWAT deployments in the Compton area and surrounding areas.
Operation Whip It.
Century Station and Linwood and South LA, but actually all over the county of Los Angeles and wherever it's needed. But one thing that's impressive about the reverence for human life that the Sheriff's Department deploys is you utilize the equipment to be prepared to de-escalate accordingly, but all the while keeping the public safe by, if through your efforts of de-escalation the suspect doesn't take advantage of that and comes out, then you'll be able to address that deadly confrontation as well. But those incidents are more rare than people think. I think the TV shows and the police shows and movies and things of that nature show a situation where you have a lot more deadly confrontations than actually occurs. Also, you have a heightened awareness from unfortunate incidents such as the George Floyd incident and others where the actions of law enforcement were not appropriate. So there's a heightened sense of focus on how law enforcement uses force, and sometimes a misperception that excessive force incidents are more frequent than they actually are. And so we should scrutinize those inappropriate uses of force. And in the case of George Floyd, the prosecution spoke for itself. And we've had those types of situations in Los Angeles, as we all know as well. And so, but these kinds of force or potential force incidents catch the attention of the general public. And in some ways that's healthy because we really don't like violent confrontations. But it's also important for the general public to know, particularly in Los Angeles, where the tactics are centered on reverence for human life and public safety.
Well, I can't tell you how much we are grateful for your extended lessons and coverage that we've been willing to have in the discussions we've had since 1 o'clock, letting our viewers know that are from LA and not from LA that they are hearing from a retired assistant sheriff from the LA County Sheriff's Department, retired chief of Sheriff's Special Operations, and you now work with the Department of Justice. So many years in law enforcement. We appreciate you sitting on this standoff with us for so many hours. We are expecting a news conference coming up, perhaps in the 5 o'clock hour.
Oh, shit. What the hell? What happened?
The County Sheriff's Department, LAPD, and of course the local police departments, mainly in Southern California, as leaders in law enforcement tactics. And that's often because we have a lot of incidents that we have to confront, but also the great leadership that insists in the community, that insists and demands, professionalism from our law enforcement, which we should. And so that's evolved into what I would say is a great example today of commendable restraint, as we've said, and professionalism and patience. There is a threshold where it reaches where you say, how far do you go before you take assertive...
is pushing back against using the filter.
So we have one other backup stream, and that's AXN News. And okay. He's allowed us to use this stream before, and so I put the link to his channel in the description. Also gonna send a super chat. On behalf of everybody. Oh, and my food's here too.
And Mama Hill, thank you.
I'm gonna go get this and then I'll get a super chat.
Hey, that was him, huh?
Arriba, Sinaloa, what's up for the Sinaloa?
Fucking epic. Hell yeah, you heard you. Siempre iba de padre, verga, güey. Hey, what was that nigga thinking, dude? Yeah, that tank, bro. That tank. That's a primo. We're gonna let that go next week, why? I don't think so, man. He crashed into the cop cars, bro. Oh, hey. They're gonna get years for that. That was still in the truck, man.
Is that
Yeah, but they already know it. Don't they? I didn't know they haven't even checked them yet. They run the plates. Okay, that's the that truck. I know that truck. That's a bomb truck. Okay, yeah, it comes out as a female name. Okay, well, it's not even under her name. They'll call her. They'll run in. They'll call her just to see what is negotiation. I'm sure they're trying to negotiate. Oh wow, $150. Ick Mel, thank you very much for fucking the donation, man. No problem. Crazy. Thank you, man. We're running low on both batteries.
Oh no! Somebody needs to get out there and give him a battery.
I'm gonna have to start doing some maneuvering here to try to keep the stream alive. I've already gone to both of my camcorder batteries. We got like 23 minutes left on the camcorder and we got 7% left on the phone, so I have to start charging the phone.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Sorry, man, we have to do it to keep it going. If anything happens, I'll zoom into the camera. I got the battery, I'm charging it. I can't explain what it takes to keep it going. Basically, I have to charge the phone without being plugged into the camera. So I can probably keep the stream on, but only through the cell phone. Either way, if it ends, I'm gonna go around to the other side and see what we can see over there by the Bearcat.
And where the Special Investment Bureau deputies will attempt to bring the incident to conclusion.
All right, so we'll be checking in on AXN when we can. I did find this other feed. Fox is still live, so we'll switch around. And I sent them a super chat on behalf, pretty much. I should have said behalf of all of us, but it's from the channel, from you guys, from everybody, from me. So just because he's out there on the ground too, providing us another source, I put the link to his channel as well. So go support him, and check out the channel And so I'll just switch around when we need to.
And also assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer.
No, this is the suspect is watching us right now?
Exit the vehicle peacefully, and so that we can bring this to a peaceful end.
Apparently some of the suspect's family members are here at the scene.
The suspect's family members?
I have no information on that, sir. We have evacuated some residents from the area for their safety. We urge the residents in the area to stay in their home and listen to deputies' orders. The driver was seen by the deputies inhaling unknown substance from a tank. We do not know the contents inside the tank until we can test it. I do not have the number at this time. Yeah. So far, he's suspected of driving under the influence and also assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer.
What can you tell us about the situation now? What is happening now?
So right now we are, the Special Enforcement Bureau deputies are formulating a tactical plan to bring the suspect into custody.
All right. We got going. Let me see what's going on with Nixon.
Special enforcement deputies there are working swiftly to
I think he's switching.
try to formulate a plan to bring this custody to bring the suspect into custody as quickly as possible. And we do not.
And if you guys have multiple screens there, you can go leave AXN a like or subscription. Hey, I guess we're gonna be here for the long haul. I think he's switching cameras right now, getting a backup battery or something. So, but he's let us use his stream in the past before. So
all right,
nice.
I think we are going to rejoin you now live after we just learned maybe a little bit more information from LA County Sheriff's deputies there. The gentleman at the podium just informed us that this all started because this driver, who is suspected of driving under the influence, and by the way, also assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer, was seen doing donuts in the city of Compton. That was in the noon hour. That's what set off this pursuit in the first place. The pursuit, by the way, I know that we have those images. Maybe you saw them earlier. They were absolutely wild. I happened to be in the newsroom when this all unfolded earlier this afternoon. And to see him evade officers, there were at least 3 pit maneuvers that were attempted to bring this guy to a stop. He evaded those. He crashed into plenty of black and whites. He crossed over center divides. I believe he hit some unsuspecting vehicles, if I'm not mistaken. I'll work to get that confirmed to you. But nonetheless, I do know that he came into contact with
Let me see if I can show you guys a little
vehicles.
We can do this too.
Again, 3 pit maneuvers at least were attempted.
Oh, that's so nice, JB. Thank you for going over there sending love.
When he hit a dead end here in Compton, this is a flood control area. We just learned from that deputy there that some residents in this area, no surprise,
he put on a sweater
to evacuate their homes out of an abundance of caution. People
we'll zoom in with the camera in a bit, dude, but we've been here 3 hours almost, I think. I don't know how long I've been here, but he's been here 3 hours. So I'm just The quality has to go to my phone when I'm charging my camera.
It's kind of dope you could do that, switching in and out.
I'm charging. You can see the back of the truck is shot out there. They shot the pepper balls and the tear gas.
So he literally put on a sweater? Wow. So right now he's like in between cameras. Carolee, thank you so much for the super chat. Says thank you for all your do mail. Hopefully you will find the air fryer. That air fryer is gone. Charge us to the game. I should have called him. My mother's been telling me to call him, but I haven't. I know that that's just gone. Somebody took that, probably put it in their house. Chilling. Robin, thank you so much for gifting the sub. Ali, thank you for the super chat. Says reporter keeps mentioning Euphoria. Cheers, Mel. Jules, thank you for Jules, thank you for the super chat. Says Mel, for all your patience. How can you not have to pee? I know I actually have to go pee right now. I've gone 3 times. Damn. And Sarah, Operation Whip It. LAPD, thank you for the super chat. Says, what the hell's wrong with me? That's a shame. Thank you for the super chat. LAPD, when someone robs a bank and leads police on a high-speed chase on the surface streets, LAPD, when a guy ignores them to huff a balloon. We all need units. Get the amphibious vehicle. I know, right? Chrissy B, thank you for the super chat. Who else heard Whip It song while he did Nitro Wiggle? LOL, get through some Panda Express. His Uber Eats driver got lost in the canal. Yo, what was up with that vehicle in the canal, right? Leslie P, we prayed for a chase and good Lord gave one a bonus. Maybe I need to slow down a little bit. Jill R, thank you for the super chat. Are they getting ready to go in now? Thank you for the super chat. To see him drive into the water. Imagine that. Louis Lou, thank you for the super chat. And I got Carly. Look, are they getting ready? Is he doing some sort of drone or something, or remote device?
If I see him moving or doing anything, I'll zoom in and plug in. We'll use the good camera for the zoom. He's just sitting there, dude. He's been sitting there for 3 hours.
They getting ready to do something now?
Thanks, JB. Thanks for Mick Mel's chat. Thank you very much.
The JB, thank you for the super chat.
JB
on AXN.
Fresher A, thank you very much for the super chat for Mick Mel too.
Oh, really? Got another one?
Nice. And Tony D, thank you very much for the super chat also.
Oh, is that me? Why are both of them refreshing? No, it's not me. Right?
Shout out to everybody. Thanks for all the signing up on memberships.
It's not me, it's everybody else.
So much chat regulation today, but I just put in the Nightbot yesterday. I didn't know it controlled the chat that much.
That'd be cool. At the end of this, maybe we can go raid his stream. I don't know if he has it enabled. Let's see. No, he doesn't have it enabled. Yeah. Oh, so they're saying there's a drone out. Yeah, it looks like they have a drone out. So, do they think he has like a bomb or something? Or they just want to get a visual for what's in the car, maybe?
If you guys want to check out the aerial stuff, you can check it out on ABC, KABC probably.
I don't think ABC
you might
is
check out
live
a
yet.
Smoke and Scan if he's still live, but I think he ended it. And there's a guy named Ick the Mel.
Hey,
that
appreciate it,
restreams
man.
a lot of crime stuff and chases. And he donated a huge donation today, so shout out to Ick
Did
the
Smoke
Mel.
actually get off?
It's ICKEDMEL. He's probably got the aerial view.
Oh yeah, he actually got off.
Or Smoke and Scan.
He got off.
Go subscribe to both of them.
I wonder why he left. Maybe he had to dip out. Yeah, fuck it.
I got shit to do, man. Fuck this.
Yeah, one of the funny moments is when that guy literally looked up and he just starts like laughing or like kind of like bopping and like looking up at the helicopter camera. Let me see what they're saying. Oh, this is not live? That's live.
PB guys there, and
See what they're
these
saying.
you can see them. They're trained for these type of situations. They do
AXN
standoff,
News.
They do
It's right on the
rescues,
screen,
they do
too.
this type of deal. This is their
Can do it.
thing,
Actually,
as
something
it
better.
would be. So they've been here for a good, probably almost 3 hours now, and we heard the PIO talking about putting together a plan and making a timely effort to get that suspect out of the vehicle. Well, I'm almost wondering if that suspect doesn't want to just get out of that vehicle. Come on, I mean, if you've been sitting in a truck for 4 hours, I mean, it's time. It's time to get out of that vehicle. So right now, we're just kind of keeping an eye on what's going on, and of course, we want to see what's happening out there. But of course, the other side of it is, it's still a dangerous situation. That
I mean, bro.
suspect could injure himself. They don't want to see that. There's always that possibility.
We're putting in time like a trial. This is almost like a trial. We're at 4.5 hours in. We might as well go for 8 hours.
Was
Okay.
actually in reverse, rammed up against that deputy's vehicle, and those tires just spinning and smoking. And he was, making an effort or a gesture to either get away or to create a situation where he was trying to frighten off the other deputies, which they weren't frightened by any means, but it was the same thing. Safety. You don't want to be next to one of those tires when they explode, and they might have with that kind of heat, that kind of tension. Something could have happened, so they kind of backed off. There's also spike strips under there, but that truck really not going to be able to get anywhere. Right now, you can see Skyfox is kind of moving around a little bit, getting a little bit of a different angle. Those deputies armed. Those deputies have the body armor on. There is a good possibility they might just do some sort of distractionary thing. I'm not giving away any tactics. I don't have any inside information. I'm literally at home. I'm not even by a scanner, but we've seen it in the past. They
Look at him. Look at AXN's thing.
flashbang.
And thank you for all the memberships, man. Yeah, more people committed. M. Tice, MT Ice 28. Thank you very much.
Aw, it's so nice. I love you guys.
Barrel Beast, thank you for the. Damn, dude. Definitely be buying some new equipment, dude. Legendary CEO, thank you very much.
Oh, Legendary going through?
Awesome donation and
Aw, you guys are so nice.
Nick
Yo.
Bell.
What the fuck just happened? Why does it keep doing that? That's me. I think it's me.
Yeah, the 9bot. I just barely installed I just installed the Nightbot last night, so I didn't know it regulated like so much stuff.
So let me
I just wanted it to put in my links in the.
Just acknowledge the people too. Thank you guys. So Legendary went through over there. It's really, really nice. Appreciate that. I'm trying to get back to the other stuff. Well, let me. Are they getting ready? It looks like they're kind of suiting up. Mo, thank you so much. Arkansas, thank you so much. Love from Icky Mel fam. Sub from Icky Mel Rybug. You guys are like really, really nice. For some reason, my screens keep blacking out. That's making me nervous. That's him actually. Okay. It's like, oh shit. We're going down. Love to you on behalf of Diggs and Icky Mel, your Nightbot. Thanks, Mo. Oh, look at it. Drone.
During the pursuit.
Look at the drone.
There was actually a pit maneuver when he was inhaling from that balloon. We were looking to see it, and that's when the deputies did a pit maneuver. We watched him drive on center dividers. We watched him weave his way through the deputies' vehicles, not crashing into is kind of makes it sound more dramatic than it was. He definitely hit that deputy's vehicle though, and that's what when it happened, I knew that was the game changer. That's when everything changed, because now it's becoming assault with a deadly weapon, not just evading and a DUI. So the SEB there, you can see that large pole in front of those deputies right there.
Where'd it go?
We've seen that in the past. They will put a different type of gas
canister he's smoking something.
than the ones that we
saw.
Oh,
they put a gas in the shit.
If you were watching from way back when, they actually had deputies walking up holding the canisters of gas. CS
so AXN is more current.
Term anymore. That's what they used to call it back in the day, but it's tear gas.
Tear gas. So you see right here,
annoy that suspect.
They use that long stick and they reached in through the back open hole of the truck, and they looks like tear gas. But see, I guess this is the actual. The non-defunded tear gas.
Like one of you've seen those old.
They got them.
The claws and stuff that the kids have, and some of the elderly people have.
They put the serious shit in there.
All right, Stu Mandela, I apologize.
Wow, look at this!
Because he's jumping out. Obviously, because this gas is coming out.
He's
now
running.
He's making a run for it.
Oh, he got right on the ground.
Gets rid of his hoodie, and he doesn't look like he's going to make it very far. Hands up, just like that, and it's coming to.
Why aggressive? They might as well have just been walked up to him and hugged him. They took so long to do this bullshit.
All of a sudden. Yet how long it has taken. We have been watching this standoff with this pursuit.
Those are the defunded gas canisters that they were using earlier.
Who is now
that's all they needed to do. I was wondering why they didn't just do that shit. Like with more gas earlier.
He has sat in that white pickup truck for hours now, smoking some sort of, inhaling an unknown substance. Next thing you know, his cab was filled with
hanging out
gas. And I believe that was thrown in.
They might as well have walked up to him and hugged his ass. Why not act tough now, like push him around and shit? You guys might as well hug them, like, are you okay? Have some food waiting for him, and like serve them up a drink or something.
Smoke, and he jumped out of that window and tried to take off. He didn't go far, and now he is in handcuffs.
This is kind of ridiculous. I'm sorry. This shit was ridiculous.
End to a wild pursuit and a drawn-out standoff. As we watch him now being taken to a vehicle. These are these tactical officers, the special enforcement team from LA County Sheriff's Department, who did pretty phenomenal work there. As we are seeing them figure out where they're going to put this guy, which black and white is going to haul him off to jail. Stu Mandel, you just saw that unfold. Was it I think you can hear me, was it the drone that dropped a gas canister into the cab?
He's trying to get out of there. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Trying to get out of where? Oh, they talking about earlier. It's like okay. That shit they lit a fire under his ass.
Try again.
Stu, are you there?
And that's that's really what we were talking about earlier on too. That was that's that real CS gas. That is the serious stuff, and that's what SEB brings in that armored vehicle. That's what they were talking about earlier on. We saw it being used just the other day, and that right there is a massive dose of it. And you can see that suspect.
That's what they should have done at the beginning.
He made every effort to get out of that truck. That truck's still smoking down there. So this definitely coming to an end right now, and SEB, pulling out, reaching deep into their bag of tricks, and this was a pretty simple move. And again, if the deputies would have had that, they would have taken care of this earlier. But these types of tools are available to different types of deputies, and clearly this was something that SEB has that they don't carry around in their patrol vehicles. And you can see right there that suspect in custody.
Oh, thank you, James. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate XM, man, letting us. He's given us permission in the past to use the stream, so we just used a tiny bit now.
Newsroom. We're watching this
while we needed to.
As now the standoff is
But
officially.
yeah, definitely, guys, go check out his channel, subscribe, help him get his numbers
gas
up.
was thrown inside of his cab that made him get out as quickly as possible. He tried to make a run for it. He didn't go far, and now he is saddled onto the sidewalk there, obviously in handcuffs, as the tactical team is obviously questioning him, and it'll only be a matter of time until he is taken away by authorities. Again, this all started in the noontime hour. It's now 5:25, so about 5 hours this has gone on in the city of Compton, and here we are. As this guy will now face multiple charges. It all started with reckless driving, seen doing donuts in the city of Compton. And then now he's going to face a charge of assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. That's because he drove through barricades, essentially, of the black and whites, got through those, damaged a couple of those sheriff's deputies' vehicles. Hopefully none of the deputies were injured themselves. And then once he got to this dead end, he threw it in reverse and backed into the deputies trying to get away. That went nowhere. By the way, it should also be noted that trying to get the suspect to come out earlier, the deputies fired multiple pepper balls into the cab of the pickup, and that broke just a portion of the rear window there. The driver, of course, refusing to exit the vehicle. Then deputies later tossed a gas container into the cab. The standoff continued, though, as we know, and then, of course, we saw the drone go up, and then we saw the cab be filled with gas. And before long, it just took a couple of seconds once that happened, he jumped out of the window. I think, if my memory serves me right, he tried to crawl out of the window, and I think he just ended up opening the door, maybe
lit
fell
a
out of the
fire
window,
under his
and then
ass,
scrambled
man.
to his feet. Only made it maybe 10, 15.
That boy started running, hauling ass. Terry, thank you so much for the super chat. And Vic, thank you. You're the best. What an ordeal this whole thing was. I really thought right before we even started this thing that it was going to be over before I even started. I almost was like, wasn't even going to start because I was like, okay, this is going to be over. Here we are. Did this guy contact me?
Thinking about what are we going to do once it gets dark and once the sun sets.
We made it.
Looks like we lost our shot. Okay, we're back on. So Skyfox is now going to be returning to base as this is a nice shot of the city of Los Angeles. Look how big that is. The sprawling. Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm apparently looking at a different view than you are. So I think you still have eyes on the scene. With that said, we are going to wrap our coverage here on foxla.com. I know some of you are joining us on our YouTube channel. We appreciate you following along. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday afternoon, wherever you are. Locally, foxla.com/live. You can watch Christine and Christine Devine and Alex.
Thank you so much. Effort. Here's another pop a bottle on me.
On televisions across the South
Take a shot for you.
Since 5 o'clock.
Take a
I'll
shot
join Alex
for me.
on the set at 6 p.m. You can find us foxla.com/live or, of course, on Channel 11 if you're in our viewing area. All right, thanks so much. That's it for me. Marla Teja is signing off from the Fox 11 newsroom. Have a good night, everybody.
I don't know this guy that got lost over here, this Uber Eats guy. I don't know what happened to him. What happened to him, man? Yo, thank you so much, guys, for coming through. Really appreciate it. What a freaking day, dude. Huh? What a freaking day. Because I've been mostly kind of like just kind of chilling, popping in when I can, in and out with the move stuff.
Back me up. That's cool.
I guess that's Fox. We still hear him. Yeah, I wasn't expecting anything huge like that. It was pretty fun and anticlimactic, but I honestly feel like these people. I'm not saying they did a bad job or anything like that, because I don't know what I would do in their situation. But this guy, the way he was like moving around and fraying around and stuff, when they put in when they were shooting little pellets at him, those little small ass pellets, and the defunded gas grenades that they were using, the China-made gas grenades that they were shooting at this guy, I was kind of like, they could have just pushed a little more, like with the whatever it is. I guess they were trying to prepare for everything possible. All it took was an actual canister to light his ass up. That boy had to get out quick. I gotta find out what's up with this dude. Why is he having a hard time? Thank you guys so much again, man. I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I have a couch coming this coming Monday. That I guess will be the backdrop. Who knows what happens when I get it, because I don't know if things are going to change, but I think it'll be the new backdrop. And there's nothing, I haven't really done anything in this area. In this room, I haven't done nothing. In the other rooms, I started, kind of. So, but yeah, I appreciate you guys. Hit like on the way out. Love you. Take care. Peace. Blah, blah. Bloop, 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 bloop. Maybe there'll be another chase tonight. It's about time, right? Finally, we get chased.